Realm of Blood and Ashes, Book 6 in the Queen's Wraith series. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. Whispered words attempting to lure unsuspecting or unprepared travelers floated in the air. The shade, the barren wasteland which constituted the borderland between the city of Agartha and the Vale at the Wall, never ceased to torment and trick those who ventured inside. This included the werewolf who now lived in, or guarded, or both, a derelict house near the shade's border. It wasn't far inside the yellow-pale darkness, but it was enough. He rummaged around inside the house, somehow having procured electricity that hadn't given out in the inhospitable environment. Few things remained stable inside the shade, including energy. A ghost followed the werewolf, watching him, smelling him, assessing him. He was a big one, even for werewolves, but he was also young and clearly impatient by his abrupt and erratic movements. He walked back and forth inside the house, up and down between floors, not even bothering not to be seen through the broken windows. Nadia Navarra considered all this as she haunted the beast. He didn't know it yet, but he was soon to have a visitor, and a visit from one of the Queen's ghosts these days was not to be desired. The ghosts were at war with everyone who swore allegiance to Kassemyr Timidius and his followers, and that war was fought quietly and violently in the shadows. The final battle was yet to come. Before that, all of the Queen's guards needed to be present and accounted for. They also needed the right weapons, which was why Nadia was stalking this werewolf. She slipped around the house, looking for the best entrance while remaining unseen. The shade tugged at the edges of her mind, but years as a wraith working in there made the shade simple business for her. That was more than could be said for the werewolf inside. Her enhanced hearing alerted her to the fact that he was muttering to himself. The sound escaped easily through the broken windows. "Don't understand why." Shuffling noises interrupted the words. "It's a test. I'll show them. I'll show them. I'm worthy. Don't understand." Nadia stopped and listened, but the werewolf wasn't the only one who couldn't make sense of anything. She had no idea what was troubling him beyond the shade, and she didn't have time or compassion considering who he was working for. The werewolf had betrayed his kind and his city. Nadia decided to go in via the roof. She wore her Anemoy Newt amulet, already activated and working to conceal any noise she made except her voice. The new stash of bland asphodel was also helping since the werewolf inside couldn't be alerted by her scent. The ghosts had been working hard the last 3 weeks, since they'd finally listened to Nadia and Harmiston, and moved a large and vital part of their operation from Fallen Oaks in the Earthside realm, back to Agartha. They lived in secret and operated unseen. But they got things done now. Waiting for another realm to step in and help was proving to be a time-consuming diplomatic nightmare the citizens of Agartha didn't have time for. They were regularly rounded up for voluntary blood donations for the vampires and the hybrids. The latter group regularly also lost control in their feeding frenzy, making sure some people never returned from donating. No one ever had to answer for those kills. Kassemyr didn't care. So why should his followers? Nadia spotted a few easy handholds up the wall and started her climb. A few seconds later, she was up on the roof of the 3-story house. From there, she entered via a narrow window in the roof, which in turn led her into the attic. It barely had more height under the ceiling than a crawl space. The place was dusty, moldy, and messy. Most of the old furniture which had once been stored up there had begun decaying. The shade could do that to most things. It didn't truly follow any natural laws when it came to dead or inanimate things. This was why some houses broke down fast when engulfed in the shade, and others crumbled slowly over decades. Nadia moved quietly despite her magical protection, navigating by her innate night vision and the sounds of the werewolf moving around downstairs. She did not want to alert him to her presence before she was in a suitable position. With no hurry, she moved down to the 2nd floor. There she waited, making sure the werewolf had returned to the ground floor before she took the stairs down. A knock on the door had her halt her movements mid-stairs. The muttering of the werewolf stopped too, and 3 seconds went by before Nadia heard him walking across the floor down there. She had no idea who would visit him out here, but couldn't risk being spotted on the stairs should he and his guest come upstairs. She hurried down the last steps and entered what had once been a bedroom, judging by the long heap of broken wood near one wall. It paid off to have spied on the werewolf for a while and getting to know the layout before entering herself. Nadia estimated the room to be above the kitchen, the room nearest the front door downstairs. She made sure to open the broken window for an easy escape before she eyed a crack in the floor. She bent down by it when she heard voices floating up from below. "How long?" the werewolf asked. "Calm yourself, Tresson." It was an all-too-familiar voice that reached Nadia's perceptive ears. She frowned, but was in no doubt Darrow had just walked in the front doors down there. This was nothing but the last proof that her intel had led her the right way. She'd had to go through one werewolf and one vampire to find this place. It was said to contain something she was looking for. She knew it was only luck that Kassemyr didn't use his powerful hybrids for such tasks as guarding equipment. It was also a foolish error on his part. Darrow coming here, though, wasn't only a strong indication of this being the right place. It was also a danger. She couldn't risk being found out by him, so she remained immobile, ready to bolt the moment she was found out, but until then, listened to everything the two below her said. "I need to know how much longer, Tricandis," the werewolf, Tresson, pleaded. Darrow paused for a moment, clearly not too fond of that name, yet he didn't comment on it either. "I hear the fear in your voice," Darrow said. "I'm not afraid." The indignation and rage at the suggestion in Tresson's voice were palpable. "I just don't understand why I was banished here." "Your big mouth, as I recall." "I was only joking." Kassemyr does not joke around, which is why the city is his and you are here. All right, Tresson said hastily. "I know, I understand, but this place, we're not made for it. If only you'd do what you promised. Help us." "Help you?" Darrow sounded amused. "Well, turn me?" Darrow laughed then, while Nadia grimaced. The werewolf was actually asking to be made into a hybrid. If he thought the shade was messing with his mind now, wait until the two forces of werewolves and vampires began battling it out inside him. He'd beg for the torment of the shade then. Thankfully, Darrow was not inclined to help. "If you can't handle simple guard duty, then what makes you think you deserve to be in our ranks? I can handle it. Make sure that you do." The soft sound of small metal trinkets clanking reached Nadia. "Here, take these and put them with everything else." "Can I have one?" Tresson asked. "What do I care? Just take them off my hands." "Of course, Tricandis, and I swear, I'll make you see I'm worthy." "Good for you," Darrow snorted and left. Nadia heard the front door close with a bang, but focused more on Tresson's movements and the direction he went. When he returned, he was back to his muttering self. "They'll see. I'll make them. I'm worthy," he snarled. His bravado had returned too now that Darrow had gone. Still, Nadia waited patiently for a long time, not trusting the hybrid to leave at once. He would likely linger to assess the guard they'd put in this place. She remained in the bedroom for over an hour, biding her time, only stretching now and then to prevent her muscles from stiffening. Despite being inside the shade, stalking an enemy werewolf brought a sense of elation to it all. This might not be her duty anymore, but it was what she'd been trained for among the Wraiths. Seldom had anyone felt any kind of positive thoughts at being inside the shade, but she truly did. Not too much, though. She had also been trained to be calm, collected, and in control. She watched the werewolf through various cracks from the upstairs floor and went over to the stairs again when he moved away from it. She needed to take him out fast and be done with this. She had places to be and people to find. especially the latter. But Harmiston had asked if she could locate something vital for him, and she couldn't say no to that. He was working on creating a weapon for them, after all. She couldn't do that, but this she could do. She walked down a narrow corridor, nearing the bathroom where he'd gone inside a couple of minutes earlier. Whatever plumbing had once been in the house, it was no longer working. Finding the right door by smell was too easy. Nadia drew her sword, ready to attack. She eased her way over, back to the wall, reaching with her free hand to open the door when it slammed open, smacking her hand in the process. Nadia jumped back just when Tresson leaped out with a roar, waving a metal rod toward her. She parried with her sword, the clang more than the man's roar, alerting her to the noise they were now making. He struck his free fist toward her abdomen, which she tried blocking, but her hand was numb from the impact with the door. He hit her halfway, waved the metal rod again, and when she raised her sword to take that blow, kicked her hip so she flew backward at his immense strength. Nadia crashed to the floor, and her shoulders hit the wall behind her. She blinked and forced air down into her lungs. "Your bland asphodel is wearing off," Tresson told her, a cruel smirk on his lips. "I can smell your half-breed scent all over." Nadia got up, ignoring the pain in her back and shoulders. It would ease. Nothing was broken. When she stood straight, Tresson's eyes roamed over her clothes, her indisputably dark blue long coat and garments. She was heavily armed, but only to the point of moving with ease. "A ghost?" he uttered. "You're all to be killed." "Think killing me will finally get you turned, Tresson?" she taunted him. He widened his eyes at her use of his name. Then rage filled his eyes, which turned yellow when he realized what she'd said. Nadia knew what was coming. She didn't wait in the narrow hallway for the shift to be complete. Instead, she turned on her heels and ran through the kitchen, a broken-down room with only a hot plate for cooking. She heard the barks of the werewolf behind her, and the house shook as the beast bounded through the hallway and after her through the kitchen. Nadia ran past the front door and up the stairs, taking 2 and 2 steps. Then, instead of running further up and risking his claws slicing into her legs, she jumped up on the banister and gripped a lamp hanging from the ceiling, which would never hold her. It gave her enough of an edge, though, and her swinging kick hit the oncoming lupine form in the head. The beast reeled back and fell hard down the stairs. Nadia let go of the lamp and barely landed on the steps. The lamp followed and hit her shoulder, and she jumped sideways despite herself. Only then did she get a good look at the werewolf's true form. He was larger than his human one, huge with a scraggly and thick gray fur. If those thick arms managed to embrace her, he'd break her bones and kill her instantly. Tresson snarled and got to his hind legs, the claws of his front ones ready to strike. Before he took more than 2 steps up, which were 3 at a time for him, Nadia drew her dagger and threw it at him. It burrowed into his eye and he screamed. Werewolves weren't much for vocal noises, except the occasional howls and growls, but the pain of the blinding dagger made him panic. Nadia didn't hesitate. She drew her silver knife and threw that, too. Her aim was true, and it struck his other eye, right next to the furry and clawed hand covering his already wounded one. That was when true dread set in. But in that panic, his rage ruled, and as he rambled up the stairs, she knew he was locating her by smell. If he'd been able to talk in that form, the death threats would have been plentiful. Nadia sheathed her sword and slipped on her gloves, all while moving back slowly. The banister, which had somehow survived her first jump onto it, came to her rescue once again. She jumped up and kicked off it with her right foot before slamming the left one onto the werewolf's head. Tresson twisted with the impact and hit the wall before he slumped down, yet he grabbed her leg in a move that was lucky, not skilled. Nadia hit the stairs and groaned in pain, but still reached for the silver chain on her belt. Tresson snarled and growled, his claws digging into her leg while he tried getting up properly to kill her. Nadia kicked him hard in the neck with her right leg before she did the opposite of what he expected, and moved down toward him. There, she twirled the silver chain around his neck. She yanked hard, and his desperate growl was choked out of him. He lifted his large body in despair and moved back, almost crushing her under his weight, but Nadia was faster. She yanked her silver knife from his bloody eye socket and, with no hesitation, slit his throat. The silver chain slid into the wound, and it didn't take long after that. Nadia remained motionless until she was sure he wouldn't attack anymore. She breathed hard then, gasping for air under the lifeless beast. He remained in his werewolf state even after death. She couldn't waste time heaving for air, though. She was still inside the shade, which was controlled by the hybrids. Someone could have heard something, or someone could come by to check on Tresson. Nadia pushed and heaved to get the dead beast off her, the sharp edges of the stairs gnawing into her back. She gasped in relief when she was free, and then noticed something glinting in the were's fur, right under his chin. Nadia bent and fished out an amulet from his surprisingly soft fur. "Huh," she uttered at the sight of a dormant Anemoy Newt amulet. He hadn't activated it. Nadia figured it was best to take it rather than have it fall in the hands of someone else of Kassemyr's people, so she yanked it loose. Removing her dagger from the body, too, she proceeded toward the room she was really after, an old living room. She wiped down her weapons on her way while controlling her breathing. When she opened the door, she nodded to herself. The room was filled with various equipment, magical and otherwise. Nadia stared at it, not in shock or surprise, but attempting to locate what she was after. A magical stabilizer. Most of what lay before her in piles had been taken from Jade Mansion after Lyra the Witch had died. Apparently, she had been the mastermind behind Kassemyr's weapons, and a ghost had spied on the place when everything had been taken away in large trucks. Unfortunately, he'd not been able to follow since a werewolf guard had come across him. Now, though, Nadia's days of tracking this load of equipment had paid off. At least she hoped it had. Small, glowing orbs was how Harmiston had described them, and Nadia noticed the containers of harvested pure force under some stacked chairs. Whoever had stuck the boxes with them there must have had no clue what they were. Nadia went over and took two. Harmiston only needed one, but it wouldn't hurt to have a spare. "This has better be worth it, Harm," she whispered, and pocketed them, and then noticed several amulets placed on a stack of papers on top of a rickety table. Anemoy Newt amulets. She remembered the clinking noise when Darrow had handed Tresson something she couldn't see. She took them, and the same noise came when the amulets moved against each other. Nadia had no idea why Darrow would hide such useful tools here, but she decided to take them. If anything, they might distract from what she'd really come to steal. Nadia pocketed the amulets, and then noticed something else, something that tugged at her mind. A small metal container shaped like oval, flattened discs only thicker. They reminded her of water-rolled stones. On one side was something akin to glass, and on the top a flat button. Nadia pressed one, and instantly hissed, closed her eyes, and dropped the thing on the floor. She opened her eyes and blinked hard. She knew what it was. The smaller devices with silver light, useful against wares and vamps of all kinds, including her and a few ghosts, too. Nadia thought it through for a couple of seconds, and then grabbed the box and went outside. The shade was as unfriendly to the mind out in the open as inside the structures it had swallowed. She looked to the city, which was covered in darkness still, the night up on the surface reflected to the buildings and farmlands below. Nadia knelt by an old stack of roof shingles near the wall. She dug a hole with her hands and buried the box with the silver light devices. She knew the ghosts wanted them, but she didn't want this magic to get out. It could be used against many good people. When done, she arose, brushing off her hands. She couldn't hear or smell any hybrid nearby, and decided on the route back to the city which provided the least chance of detection. That was when the soft rustle of a shoe on sand reached her ears. Nadia backed up against the house and ran around it in the opposite direction she'd come. Just when she reached the final corner of the other side from where she'd been, she saw, not a hybrid bearing down on her, but a smaller figure, dark and fast, disappearing behind a house farther away, closer to the city than she was. Nadia pressed her lips together, hoping this wasn't another child spirit. This time she didn't have time to hunt it down. Chapter 2. Nadia heard the buzz of several voices before she opened the door to Harmiston's apartment inside the building opposite the cube. She'd already passed by hidden guards and security measures to reach the door, and the fact that people were talking instead of being quiet meant she was seen as one of the group inside. She was met with neutral nods of greetings from the ghosts in there, and some raised eyebrows from the civilians. "Nadia?" Victoria said, and popped out of the kitchen with a large cup in one hand and a notepad in the other. She had tied her chestnut hair back in a tight braid and wore simpler clothes than she would at court: a pair of dark pants, a light blouse, and a red cardigan that reached her knees. Her smile froze at the sight of Nadia's dusty and blood-stained clothes. "Are you in one piece?" Nadia looked down at her clothes. "It's not my blood. Smells like werewolf blood," Sentinel Aide commented, passing them by on her way to the kitchen. The half-breed lynx shifter could discern that to such a level of detail. "I take it things went as planned, then?" Victoria asked, stepping out of the way of another ghost. Despite working with the ghosts for the last few weeks, she still seemed a bit taken aback by their doings. She'd grown up in the royal palace and been schooled with the Wraiths. She lived among the ghosts now, but had never truly seen evidence of the more gritty part of either Queen's Guard's duties. "Not exactly, as you can see." Nadia smiled a tight-lipped smile. "I'm fine, though, Victoria, as you can also see." Victoria nodded and then indicated the kitchen. "Harmiston is waiting for you. He was overly excited about the new bomb, but seems to have lost some of his exuberance over the last couple of hours." Nadia followed her friend into the kitchen, where they had to step around 3 ghosts in the cramped space. Harmiston's apartment had become crowded over the last few weeks. Despite its close proximity to both the cube and the palace, which were now inhabited by both Kassemyr and his hybrids, Nadia and Harmiston had begun their work there, and it had grown from there. Queen Isona and her advisors had agreed that a base in Agartha was necessary, and since they already had a small one, the ghosts and the civilians helping, had gone there and then continued to work from there. They had expanded, though. It had been necessary, and the neighbors in the apartment next door had been compensated, or at least would be should the Queen be able to retake her seat of power. They'd been escorted back to Fallen Oaks by a few ghosts one night, where they couldn't be discovered by Kassemyr's followers and reveal anything. They were good folk, but the ghosts didn't take any chances these days. Harmiston had been hard at work after that. He'd learned new spells to create a doorway between the apartments that could be concealed should anyone not belonging to their group start snooping. The doorway, which at the moment simply resembled an opening for a missing door, was placed next to his fridge. Nadia and Victoria passed through and entered a bedroom. There, a few ghosts lay sleeping, fully dressed on the large bed, a few on mattresses on the floor. They had other places around the city, too, but were fairly rootless these days and slept where they could, when they could. Nadia and Victoria slipped past them, hardly unnoticed, despite not making any noise, and went into the living room, which was full of ghosts, papers, weapons, and civilians helping. A few of the courtiers who'd come to Fallen Oaks now served their queen by assisting the ghosts in their mission to gather intelligence and to build the new bomb. Victoria was one of them, functioning as an all-round assistant. Turned out, her knack for knowing everything that went on at court made her useful in keeping related information together and updating people who came and went. "He's right in here," she told Nadia, and walked through the busy living room and into the other bedroom in that apartment. "I didn't expect anything else," Nadia said. "He was there when I left hours ago." Victoria smiled. Well, I forced him to drink some coffee at least. The bedroom was not as crowded as the living room. Only one person, besides the chronicler, was in there, a young courtier scuttling about, trying his best to tidy up the mess Harmiston had made since Nadia saw him last. Harmiston was hunkered down next to the magical bomb he'd spent nearly all his time awake building over the last few weeks. He wore his usual grays and greens, pants and shirt, his short blonde hair standing on end due to him running his hands through it in frustration, his trimmed beard oddly tidy in comparison. The bomb looked much like the ones Kassemyr and his followers had used to attack both the cube and the royal palace, but it was bigger. So far, the large tank on top was empty of both liquid and magic. The tubes and measuring instruments that were connected to its sides went down into the pedestal it rested upon, which was now also open via a hatch in the side. Harmiston was working on something inside it, tightening something with a screwdriver from what Nadia could see. "Victoria, when Nadia gets here with the stabilizer, could you send her in?" he said, without turning around to see who'd walked into the room. "You have that much confidence in me you simply assume I got it?" Nadia said. Harmiston withdrew his hands from inside the pedestal and turned his head. "Yes," he said, rewarding her with a wide smile. "It's a good thing I got two then," she said, and retrieved them from her pocket. That smile of his made her efforts worth it. She handed them to him, their fingers brushing at the handover. With all the people in the apartments these days, they had little privacy, and small stolen touches and the odd kiss would have to suffice. Harmiston raised his eyebrows at the sight of the two small and glowing orbs in his hand. "Two? What did you have to do to achieve that?" He looked at her and then noticed her appearance. "I'm suddenly not sure I want to know," he added. "Makes two of us," Victoria chimed in. "I figured a spare one is always good," Nadia said, and gave a slight shrug. "But I left the rest behind. The whole setup was fairly disorganized. I doubt they keep stock of what they have." "Good," Harmiston said, carefully carrying the orbs over to the nearest table, which had been brought in to replace the bed that had been in there. This wasn't truly a bedroom anymore, but a makeshift lab. "They know we stole the specs for the bomb," Harmiston added, "so I'm sure they know we're trying. They don't have to know how far we've come." "How far exactly have we come?" Nadia asked, and noticed a frown on Harmiston's usually chipper face. Before he could respond, footsteps grabbed Nadia's attention, and she turned around just as Marika, Phantom Ghost, and therefore the only leader they had, walked in. "I heard you'd returned," she said to Nadia. "I see it got bloody. Had to cut a were's throat." "Always messy business, that," she commented with a quick nod. Victoria and Harmiston shared glances of shock that they weren't aware were seen. "The sentinels I sent out yesterday have combed through the farmlands," Marika went on, ignoring this. "There was no sign of the Wraiths this time either." "That's the third time," Nadia said, feeling depleted. "If they were free, I would expect them to move around, but they should have made contact with ghosts if they saw them." She'd been tasked by the Queen to locate the Wraiths and bring them back. If they were going to stand a chance against Kassemyr's hybrids, they needed more manpower. The ghosts had already proven that the hybrids could be killed, but the price had been high. For every hybrid they had ended during their escape from the palace on the day of the attack, more ghosts had died. They desperately needed the Wraiths who were equally well-trained, more used to combat situations, and more in numbers, too. The problem was that they hadn't been seen since they'd all fallen victims to the magical bombs like the one Nadia and the others were now standing next to. They had all been removed from the cube, but to where? Marika reached back and pulled the elastic band out of her dark hair, freeing it from the tight ponytail. "It's looking more and more like they are held against their wills, which means that we might be looking at the dungeons under the palace as the most likely place." "Yes." Nadia kept her expression neutral, despite the feeling of unease this thought always caused her. She might have been kicked out of the Queen's Wraiths because of her lies. They considered her a betrayer, but that didn't mean she'd stopped caring about them. She'd grown up with many of them, fought with them, shared most of her life with them. They still mattered to her. Even if the worst had happened and Kassemyr had them executed, she wanted to know. She was grateful to the Queen for giving her the job of finding them. She was also grateful for the Ghost's resources in that regard. "You're not going to go in there, are you?" Victoria asked, looking horrified at the thought. Nadia turned and peered at the bomb. "We'll have to go in there at some point anyway." "We need to get this thing working first," Harmiston said. He'd put both orbs into a small red container. "With these, we should be able to control how the poison is spread. I think that's how they did it when they attacked the cube and the palace. The witch, Lara, used the stabilizer to spread the poison throughout the buildings, which was why open windows and doors made no difference." "You're sure of this?" Marika asked him. "Almost completely. That's not reassuring." "Well, if you ask me, I think it would be less reassuring if I was an expert in dangerous weapons used to subjugate the most skilled fighters in the city. That would make my spare time activities kind of dangerous for everyone, not to mention my personality and—" "Harm?" Nadia broke in. "Yes?" He smiled at her and then remembered himself. "Oh, right. Am I sure?" "As sure as I can be, considering I don't have any other mages helping." The city mages were holed up in the palace, keeping the city going. From what the ghosts could tell, Kassemyr had not harmed them, because the city was, in fact, functioning. The surface sky was reflected down in the underground city. The water flowed in its pipes. The sewers functioned, and so did all the other things the mages controlled to keep the city livable. Every creature in the city relied on them, regardless of what side they were on. This contraption is a remarkable mix of machinery and magic working together, and the witch who created it is dead. He swallowed hard at that. He'd been the one to kill her, and he'd had no choice at the time. "There's nothing to be done about that harm," she told him. "You did what you had to do." "Yes, well," he cleared his throat. "You asked how far we've come. With the stabilizers, which they obviously had to be able to make more bombs, I have everything I need, except for the poison." "And how do we get that?" Marika asked him. "Don't really know," he said, looking forlorn despite what he'd accomplished so far. "I don't know what poison they used to knock everyone out. I have no clue. But I'm also not sure if knowing will help us anyway." Nadia frowned. "Because we're looking to take out the hybrids, not humans and half-breeds?" "Exactly." He beamed at her, but sobered fast again. "They're incredibly strong. Whatever takes them out must be stronger." "We're not here to make them sleep, Chronicler," Marika told him, her eyes hard. "They are vicious murderers. Every day people disappear, and the so-called blood donors suffer and too often die. These are not creatures we can contain, nor would they spare us if we tried." "I understand," he told her, though he didn't hide how uncomfortable he was. His expression was mirrored on Victoria's face. It was understandable, considering they were now closer to the ghost's reality. "But I still don't know what to use. We'll only have that one chance." "And that needs to involve the Wraiths," Nadia said, and withdrew the Anemoy Newt amulet she brought back. She handed them to Harmiston. "Could you check those and see if they can be of any use to us?" Harmiston grinned and took them over to the work table. "If those are like yours," Marika said, staring at the amulets, "then they will be useful indeed." "We need more bland asphodel, too," Nadia added. "We have lots," Harmiston pointed out. "Then it was a bad batch. They expire too soon." He turned and eyed her blood-stained clothes again. "If that's what caused that to happen, then yes, we need to steal some more." Chapter 3. I know we've basically been reduced to thieves and all, but I kind of like this, Harmiston said, keeping his voice low despite the distance to their intended target. He had his shield up to prevent anyone from hearing them, but it didn't conceal their voices, only other sounds. It couldn't be seen by the naked eye either, except for when he conjured it. Nadia kept her eyes on the little shop across the street. They were both seated on top of the building directly opposite a 7-story building, with a good vantage point up among the gargoyles under the awning. The petrified creatures glared at the city below them, fangs and tongues out, some of them ready to leap from the height, others curled up under the roof. I mean, it's nice to get some fresh air at least. Nadia smiled, a close-mouthed smile. Maybe you should have taken a break sooner? The bomb wasn't finished until today, he reasoned, like that was a perfectly sound explanation for not taking any breaks in weeks, except for sleeping a few hours a night and barely eating, unless someone remembered to stuff a sandwich into his face. He'd been at it almost constantly. Remember when you used to tease me about how sitting down isn't dangerous? She asked him innocently. He frowned and tried to hold back a smile, only half succeeding. Anyway, all I'm saying is, spending time with your, lovely friends is a nice change of pace. He indicated the grotesque creatures with a quick wave. It's usually quieter when I'm alone with them. Ha ha. Nadia smiled widely then and reached out, running her fingers through his hair. He sighed contentedly at the caress, and then gave a slight shrug. Too bad so many people decided to stay in my apartment all the time. Yes, well, hopefully it won't last forever. If it does, I suggest we move up here. There's just enough roof over our heads to avoid the occasional rain if we press up against the wall. Excellent idea. I'm sure I could hunt some rodents around here to fatten you up. She lowered her hand and pinched his side. He had lost weight, too. Harmiston widened his eyes. See, I think that was a joke, but your tone of voice suggests too much knowledge of surviving on disgusting things when on long stakeouts in the city. Nadia didn't respond, and instead leaned in and kissed him. It's what you get for choosing a wraith-turned-ghost for company, she murmured against his lips. And look. She turned her head and pointed down at the little witch shop on the ground floor level of the other building. She just turned her open sign to closed. Won't be long now. Maybe we can even find an actual place to buy some food instead of hunting it ourselves. Yourself, he pointed out. Nadia turned out to be right. A few minutes later, the lights in the shop were turned off. The witch never left, but the ghosts had been staking out this and many other places that stocked bland asphodel over the last few weeks. They'd had to steal quite a lot to move undetected in a city besieged by werewolves, vampires, and hybrids. As a result, the prices had gone up. Seemed regular citizens needed to stay undetected too, but stealing meant that no contacts and tradesfolk knew the ghosts were in the city in such high numbers. That knowledge needed to stay hidden. Seriously though, Harm, she asked, how are you holding up? No worse than anyone else, he began, and she reached out and put her fingers across his lips to silence him. You're quite the talker, but remember who raised me. We're trained to watch. Harmiston sighed and nodded, and she removed her hand. I'll admit it's been a bit daunting being chronicler, in-house mage, and scientist for everyone. Especially the science part. I've only ever dabbled out of curiosity, but everyone else are warriors and bodyguards or courtiers, who are basically tradesfolk in fancy clothes. Don't mention that to Victoria. Nadia smiled again. It came so easily to her when alone with him. True. She's an exception. Why no one has hired her as a spy is beyond me. Do you know that Sentinel Barkin enjoys watercolor painting during his downtime? Me neither. But somehow she knew. And somehow I don't doubt it. But that's about Victoria, not you. Am I that obvious? Maybe not to everyone, she admitted, but I pay special attention. He smiled warmly at her. I guess I just worry a bit about what will happen if we, by some miracle, get through all this. Those hybrids are insane. And that goes for both their mental states and their physical powers. What happens if we survive? We live happily ever after? Isn't that what they say? How's that going to work? He reached for her hand and took it in both his, the warmth spreading from him to her. For some strange reason, they keep referring to me as chronicler, but they know about me now. I'll end up in the spellbound halls. Surely you understand this. Nadia squeezed his hands gently. It has crossed my mind, yes. It makes me feel like I'm living on borrowed time, and not because I might get slit in half by a giant hybrid monster's claw, but because I'll get locked up behind glass doors for the courtiers to stare at. Nadia narrowed her eyes and studied him. Harmiston was one of the most formidable people she'd ever known. Harm, listen to me, she told him. You are clever, intelligent, and utterly kind. She suspected his chattering ways of being how he processed everything that went on in that hard-working head of his. Your ways of thinking are fresh and always evolving. This will stagnate in a place like the spellbound halls. I'd hate to see that, especially from the other side of those doors. It wasn't that the city mages weren't necessary, because they were. The city would quickly become uninhabitable without their magic holding it together. I promise I'll do anything to prevent that from happening. That means leaving Agartha if necessary. What? You heard me. But you always dreamed of becoming a ghost. You achieved that. And now you don't have to keep your daughter a secret either. No, but because of Darrow, my family has gone into hiding. If we get through this alive, Nikolai can help us start over. Harmiston looked at her for what felt like a long time. You really mean that, he concluded. Of course. Why else would I say it? But your dreams? They turned out not to be what I thought. She shrugged and was surprised at how true those words felt. There are things in this realm more important than following orders, especially orders to stand guard duty in gilded halls all the time. That's what awaits me if we survive the oncoming days. They stayed silent for a few beats, thinking. There was no point lying to themselves. What they were involved in was dangerous. Even getting discovered before they set their plans in motion was a bigger risk than anything. The hybrids were too unhinged. To Nadia's understanding, they had been turned years after Darrow and hadn't had as much time as him to slowly regain some semblance of a balanced mind. At least he had kept it together long enough to leave their daughter be. You'd rather stand guard in the shade, wouldn't you? He asked. Yes, strange as that sounds. But that's no longer for me. When the Wraith sent me packing, that was it. Harmiston pursed his lips sideways. I'm sure someone with your skill set can find work anywhere. Exactly. Despite our parting, the Wraiths taught me well. We'll figure something out. I promise. He nodded slowly, probably considering if she meant it. All right, he agreed, reaching his conclusion. All right, she confirmed with a smile and then got up. I think the witch has had enough time to lock everything up and go upstairs to her apartment now. Oh yes, he said, and followed suit. I forgot about the thieving. She'll be recompensed by the royal purse. If the queen can ever return to Agartha, and what royal purse has ever repaid their debts if they can avoid it? The royal purse who will be revealed to the media with lists of the robbery victims in her name, if she reneges on that, Nadia told him, and snuck past a couple of gargoyles to reach the fire escape they'd used to climb up. Wait, what? Harmiston blurted. Nadia, you surprise me. I had no idea of your devious ways. That's because you haven't taken a break in weeks. Come along. They reached the ground without incident and crossed the street, which was as desolate as the rest of the city. People were afraid to be outside after Kassemyr's takeover, especially at night when the vampires were out too. They were generally worse than the werewolves, and more in numbers. The young, angry werewolves who'd joined Kassemyr did it to be turned into hybrids, while the vamps seemed to do it for the power and easy access to food, the food being the citizens of Agartha. Nadia and Harmiston made sure they were alone before hurrying to the door of the witch's shop. There, Harmiston quickly unlocked the door with his magic. This included removing a web of sigils that flared on the door when he touched it. A magical trap. If any neighbors happened to look out their windows, no one raised an alarm. It was best to keep to one's own business these days. They soon entered the little shop. Like most ground-level businesses in Agartha, it was in a cramped space. A small room constituted the actual shop, and a narrow doorway led into a back room and the back stairs, which Nadia could see from the front door. Nadia's nose was immediately accosted by an array of pungent, herbal smells. The shop was filled with fresh and dried ones, as well as the usual wares of a witch, gems, crystals, potions, and the like. Certain that the witch couldn't hear them because of Harmiston's protective shield, they began searching the place without speaking. The bland asphodel, a dried flower native to Agartha, was not among the other herbs and plants on display, and no wonder. Nadia did a quick search only to be sure, but soon went behind the tiny counter which was more of an apothecary table than anything. There, she came across a few locked drawers. She waved Harmiston over. She could pick the locks herself, but if they had magical wards on them, it was best to let him handle it. They couldn't risk getting caught. Like the door, the drawers were easily opened, and the wards broken down. The first drawer contained the witch's money from her cash register. They let that be. But the second contained what they were looking for: 4 cloth bags containing bland asphodel, hopefully of better quality than the last batch. Harmiston took them out and was about to hand them over to Nadia when she became aware of noises. A breath drawn, an almost soundless footfall, light and easy. She bent sideways to see past Harmiston. He turned to look at her, realizing too late that the potential threat was behind him. A short figure, covered under a dark hood, leaped forward and reached for the bags in his hands. Harmiston held on, despite his shock as he whirled around, but the figure yanked one free. Nadia tried reaching around Harmiston, but the figure was too light on his feet, jumping back elegantly and then running into the back room where he must have come from. "What the?" Harmiston exclaimed, yet managed to whisper. Nadia pressed past him, remembering the other figure from the shade. Was someone following her? If so, this was her chance to find out. "Come on," she told Harmiston, and then ran through the back room to catch the thief who'd steal from other thieves. Chapter 4. Nadia pushed aside a small table and chair, the bangs likely waking up the witch upstairs. It didn't matter. Judging by the speed of the thief, they'd all be long gone by the time she'd get down there. "Nadia!" Harmiston hissed behind her somewhere. Clearly, he wanted to be heard by her and not by anyone else. She could hear him following, though, and didn't answer. She followed the thief through a narrow door under the stairs. They entered a cold and dark hallway. Nadia saw the thief further to her left and picked up speed, but the cheeky figure was fast on his feet. "Nadia?" Harmiston tried again. "Keep up," she said over her shoulder, her breath controlled and soundless as he was keeping his soundproofing shield up. The thief knew the streets and shortcuts well. Nadia followed with no trouble, having walked and hunted in this city for years. The starry sky reflected above was hard to see due to the lights emanating from the buildings that loomed over them. While Nadia and Harmiston were hidden from any nearby ears and noses, the thief was not. Nadia picked up his scent of soap, a little bit of wool, and mineral oil. She was sure there were weapons under that cloak. "Now!" Harmiston encouraged her. He was right behind her, surprisingly agile for someone who'd been cooped up making a bomb for days. "Nadia?" He wheezed between his more hurried breaths when she didn't leap forward the moment a straight and narrow passageway gave her the chance she needed. That was a perfect chance. She knew that, and she was interested in catching the thief, but not yet. The thief ran on, arms pumping, making his coat billow in rough movements behind him. She was sure it was a he, judging by build, but it was either a short man or a boy. Nadia would bet her barely existent sum of money on the latter. The thief ran toward Calmont Hollow, but before they got that far, another figure came out from behind some trash cans and ran straight for them. "Watch out!" Harmiston yelled, not bothering to lower his voice now. They were far away from the witch anyway. Nadia wasn't worried about the figure who emerged. It was a decoy. She saw another one run out from a side street and straight toward the thief. They crossed each other on the street and ran in opposite directions. Nadia had no doubt the bag of bland asphodel had switched hands in that briefest of moments. The decoy, a girl, she thought, also hooded and fast, stopped abruptly before either Nadia or Harmiston could reach her. She quickly backstepped before turning and running away. Nadia didn't hesitate. It was obvious what they wanted, for her to follow the decoy who was rested and ready to be chased. She didn't choose that path, but instead remained close on the heels of the original thief. "Nadia, what are you doing?" Harmiston huffed out. "The bag was taken the other way." Nadia pushed on, following the thief who now glanced over his shoulder more than once. The plan hadn't worked, and he was pushed further. Nadia could gain on him some more, but kept her distance to about 20 meters. She wanted to see where he was going, or where he would lure her now. Unfortunately, the thief's noises drew attention from elsewhere. In the dim lights cast by the apartments and the buildings all around them, a figure emerged almost out of nowhere. His sudden appearance had Nadia draw her sword at once. No one came from nowhere, but in Agartha, sometimes people came from above, levitating and attacking fast. The thief yelped, and the sound convinced her even more. The large figure, a man with a face of features chiseled to perfection, showed in the light. He grabbed the thief so fast, the boy had no chance to react. Nadia saw the fangs the moment the vamp opened its mouth and shifted into its deathly form. She raised her sword and simply ran to attack. What else could she do? The boy might have been a thief, but he didn't deserve this. The 20 meters were never going to help him. Thankfully, the boy did that himself, by stabbing the beast in the stomach. The vamp screeched and threw the boy to the ground with vicious strength. Nadia saw the blood stain right below his sternum, too far from his heart. It had been a valiant attempt. That was all Nadia had time to reflect on before she was there, striking down with her blade. The vamp was fast and twisted away. He looked at her with amusement. No, not that. No. There was a manic intensity to the beast's eyes that she'd seen before. It was a hybrid. "Harm!" she warned, hearing his cry of warning come the other way. He'd caught on too. The hybrid met her next strike with its forearm, deflecting her blade with immense power. The stripe of blood on his arm didn't even seem to faze him. Instead, he smiled a twisted smile and snarled at her, moving closer. Nadia's heart pounded, her senses all focused on her enemy. The hybrids were feared for a reason. She attacked again and was driven back despite swinging her lethal, silver-inlaid sword. It had to at least sting him when the blade bit into his waxy skin, but he didn't relent. His arms were like swords, the way he deflected her moves and attacked on his own. Nadia ducked and twisted, parried and struck, and yet she took blows to her sides that unbalanced her. One hit home and sent her sprawling back. She hit the ground, bit the inside of her cheek, and heard Harmiston yell something. Next thing, the vamp was struck by a crackling force of red. It sent the beast flying across the street where it crashed into a wall. Nadia forced herself up despite the pain. She noticed the thief was getting up too, but at this point their chase was over. The vamp screeched again in pain and anger. Mostly anger, it seemed. It stared daggers at Harmiston and then shifted again, turning from a pale, ugly vampire into a hulking, bipedal werewolf. He snarled and bolted right for Harmiston. "No!" Nadia ran straight ahead to intercept, but the creature was faster. Harmiston, powerful as he was was still self-taught and not used to being in fights. Instead of hitting the beast with magical force, his instinct was to protect himself. A glaringly magical shield of blue sigils appeared before him, like it was on his arm. The werewolf didn't let the sight deter it. It crashed into the magic, sending both itself and Harmiston flying in opposite directions. Nadia changed directions and ran after the werewolf. She reached it just as it was getting up again, shaking its head from the impact with the ground. It noticed her at once. Nadia dropped her sword and leaped forward. She bent her legs around the were's neck, grabbed it under its chin, and drew its head back while she drew her silver knife with swift movements. She didn't hesitate, and stabbed the smaller blade straight into the were's neck. It howled in pain then, the silver tormenting it, the blade drawing blood. But the were didn't stop moving. It didn't die. It kept on. She felt its claws dig into her legs, and the huge body under her started shaking to get her off. She stabbed again, and the creature shifted forms. The large, furry beast diminished into the waxy, slimmer, and yet equally deadly vampire. Ice-blue eyes stared daggers at her, upside down. It hissed, and then toppled over, Nadia falling with it. The ground was an unforgiving landing place. Bolts of agony assaulted her back and hip, and she cried out in pain. The vampire twisted to get out of her grip, but then froze, as they were both enveloped in blinding magical lights. Nadia glimpsed Harmiston somewhere above them. Then he was gone, and the vampire was in control again. It had used its powers of levitation to push both itself and her down the street. Nadia desperately tried hitting its neck again. The incredibly strong movements of the hybrid made it impossible for her to aim properly. She heard yelling that came closer. Harmiston. She couldn't let this thing hurt him. She needn't have worried. A force of powers slammed into the vamp so hard it reverberated through her, too. Still, she could think and move the second it was over, unlike the vamp who was then hit with Harmiston's freezing spell. Nadia didn't hesitate, and plunged her knife into the vamp's chest, straight into its heart. The hybrid screeched again, the ear-piercing cry of the vampires. Then it sank back over Nadia and died. As she'd seen with other hybrids, it didn't turn to smoldering embers but remained in the form it had died in. Nadia breathed heavily, her pulse speeding so fast it was hard to think straight. The threat was eliminated. That was all her mind allowed. She fell back on the cold ground and stared up at the darkened sky. She realized she could hear her own ragged breaths coming arrhythmically with someone else's. Harmiston had lost control of his shielding spell. "Nadia?" She blinked, and then her years of training kicked in. Usually, she was faster than this, more in control. But this was a hybrid, and the adrenaline raging in her system wouldn't let her forget it. Still, she raised her neck enough to see Harmiston, standing at the beast's feet, looking at her in horror. He was even less used to fighting hybrids. Are you all right?" he asked. She nodded and tried pushing the creature off, and he grabbed a waxy hand, made a grimace, and pulled to help free her from the surprising weight of the smaller side of the hybrid's inner monsters. "Harm," she said, out of breath, and got to her feet. "Thanks." "Are you joking? Wait, I forgot. Ghosts don't joke. That thing would have killed us." Nadia nodded and checked him over to see that he wasn't injured and simply ignorant of it due to his adrenaline spike. Then she focused on their situation. "We need to leave. There's no telling who heard all that, and I don't want to find out." "You'll hear no argument from me." Nadia glanced over at the thief who was still there. He hadn't run away but remained close to the wall where he'd been flung, bloodied knife still in his shaking hand. Nadia fought the tremors that threatened to overtake her too. She approached the boy. "What are you doing? Didn't you say we needed to leave?" Harmiston asked. "Not without him," she told him, and went over to the thief. "I don't think a sneaky yet petty theft is that important anymore." "It's not," Nadia said. She bent down and retrieved her sword on the way, but sheathed both it and the knife before she approached the thief, hands up in a peaceful gesture. She truly meant him no harm. He remained frozen and backed up against the wall, eyeing her from under his hood. She had no way of telling what look he gave her. "Then what? He's alive. Let him be," Harmiston said while he came along with her, throwing worried glances over his shoulder. "Yes," Nadia said, and reached out, aware of the thief's knife which he didn't use against her. Carefully, she took the hood hiding his face in shadow and moved it back from his head. As she'd thought, it was a young boy, dark-haired, pale and wide-eyed, despite an otherwise neutral look on his young face. He could be no more than 14. "I would leave him be, except he's a bolt wraith, and that's exactly who I've been tasked with finding." Chapter 5. The bolt met Nadia's gaze, and she saw a calm fall over him. He mentally pulled himself together and lowered his knife, hiding his shaking hand within the folds of his dark coat. Nadia was pleased to see it. At his age, young as he was, he had already learned to master the various skills of self-control the Wraiths had to learn in their training. "We've been looking for you, Shadow," he said, and then frowned, taking in her attire of dark blue, visible in the bad lighting. "Or Sentinel," he added. "We weren't sure." "It's Sentinel," she confirmed and straightened up, and took a step back to allow him some space. "And who are we, exactly?" "I'll tell you everything, Sentinel, but—" He bent sideways to see behind her, his eyes snagging on the dead hybrid with an unspoken question in his eyes. Nadia turned and caught Harmiston's gaze. He seemed to share the same concerns as the bolt. They'd made a lot of noise when fighting that hybrid. That one solitary hybrid. They'd barely stood a chance against it. If more were on their way, drawn by the noise, they would be dead. "I smell the blood on myself and both of you," Nadia said. "Harm? The bland asphodel?" He nodded and retrieved a bag from his pocket before dividing its contents among the three of them. "I guess you don't have yours anymore," he told the bolt, who didn't react in any visible way. Nadia could hear his heart thundering inside him, but that was more due to adrenaline and the dead beast behind them than any shame at a simple theft. They all doused themselves with a dose of the crushed-up, dried flower. Harmiston conjured his shield anew, the golden sigils floating above them before it vanished from view, but not from existence. "What's your name, Bolt?" she asked him. "Jernek Sentinel." "All right, Jernek, lead the way?" He nodded and walked toward the dead hybrid. Nadia could see the slight tension in his body language, but was content to see that this bolt's training had come along well until the city fell to Kassemyr. He'd likely had use of those skills and control since then. "Wait, we're following the thief now?" Harmiston whispered, walking next to Nadia. "I think it's safe to say we're all thieves," Jernek pointed out over his shoulder, as matter of fact as any wraith. He passed the hybrid and led them down a side street close by. "All right," Harmiston said. "We're following a child, then?" "He's not a child," Nadia corrected. "He's a bolt wraith. I'd rely on him over many an adult citizen." Harmiston sighed. "Fine. Let's follow the very young adult." Nadia smiled at him and then nodded sideways toward the bolt ahead of them to confirm. This was her first solid lead on anything regarding the Wraiths. Jernek was the first living Wraith she'd encountered since Kassemyr's attack on the city. "Your companions back there?" she asked Jernek while they walked. "They were bolts too?" "Yes. We weren't sure who you were. We were trying to get a good look at you." "You've been following me then?" "Yes. We heard news that a shadow, former shadow, was somewhere in the city. It was best to keep these things straight from the beginning. They might be looking for a shadow, but she was no longer that." Something about Jernek's words tugged at her mind, though. "When you say that you heard news of a shadow in the city," she began, sharing a concerned look with Harmiston, who had caught on to the same verbiage. "That sounds like you don't know of anyone else." "That's right, Sentinel," Jernek said solemnly. "There are none. So you are all bolts." Ah, Nadia's heart sank. She'd been hoping this bolt could lead her to the Wraiths in general, but this didn't seem to be the case. Still, she felt a sense of responsibility for the bolts, having once been part of their training. They didn't talk much after that. Nadia and Harmiston simply followed Jernek through narrow and turning side streets. They walked without a sound and without smell. Tracking them without knowing they were there would be hard even for hybrids. Nadia's complete focus was on any movements, sounds, or scents around them, but the city was quiet. The odd face looking down from a window was the only sign of life in Agartha, which had been void of safety and freedom for over a month now. That was too long. What if this situation stretched out and lasted years? What if Kassemyr turned out to be invincible? His hybrids sure made him seem like it. There was no better protection than those strong enough to withstand pain, silver, and the sun for long periods. Nadia forced those despairing thoughts to the back of her mind and assessed her own physical condition while they walked on. She hadn't broken anything, but she had maybe fractured the bone on her left pinky. Other than that, she would be bruised and stiff in the morning, unless she took care of her battered body before she went to sleep. The hybrid's attacks had been vicious and strong, and stiff and sore muscles would do her no good. "Thanks for your help back there," she whispered to Harmiston, when they, to her surprise, entered Calmont Hollow. The werewolf district in Agartha was as quiet and shut-in as the rest of the city. "No, thank you," Harmiston countered. "I didn't think we could get him. It was intense." "Yes, I've seen 4 ghosts take out a hybrid before killing it. Your magic made up the difference." "I don't see how we're going to stop them." Harmiston went on like his magic didn't matter. "It's like they shake off anything that even remotely bites them, except for your knife." "It took 3 strikes, and that was a silver-bladed knife, mind you." He nodded. "How are we going to subdue them? They can even handle sunlight, like getting a tan would be good for them." "Here we are," Jernek interrupted and stopped on the sidewalk. Nadia looked to where the bolt pointed and froze. Harmiston, who was about to walk past her, stopped and stared at her. "Nadia? What's wrong?" "Not wrong, exactly. But that's Nilofar's shop." Nadia stared at the place and felt her grief flare up. She'd stayed away from that place to avoid the pain. Losing focus wasn't something she could afford, considering everything the ghosts and their allies were up to these days. Harmiston gently put his hand on her shoulder, peering down at her face. "Are you going to be all right?" he asked equally gently, his voice soft and steady. She met his gaze then and nodded. "Of course," she forced a sad smile. "She would have admonished me if not." "Are you coming?" Jernek asked. He was walking backward across the street, watching them, though not hearing their soft-spoken words. "Yes," Nadia said and nodded hard. "We're coming." They followed the bolt the last few meters, nearing the shop which had had its windows and door replaced since the explosion that had blasted everything to destruction. Someone had taken good care of the place in Nilofar's absence. Nadia noticed a darkened figure move ever so slightly up on the roof, but went ahead anyway. She knew they had to keep watch. The Wraiths were not welcome in the city. No more than the ghosts were. The shop had been cleaned and tidied. There were a few weapons left on some shelves up on the walls, but the display cases were empty and placed against the walls. That left an open space Nadia wasn't used to in there. The sight of 5 bolts by the door leading to the back room, and the sounds of more from within that room, was more important. She and Harmiston walked over to them and were greeted with silence and a few curt nods. They were expected, either by the guards outside warning them, or because they'd expected or hoped for such an outcome, since Jernek stole the bag of bland asphodel. "Bolts!" Nadia said in greeting. "I'm glad to see you alive and well. I'm not sure about safe, but that's to be expected these days." The steely faces softened somewhat, though smiles were not present. That was to be expected, and Nadia felt at ease around them. This was something she was used to. "Who's your immediate supervisor?" she asked. "Is there a shield here?" "No," Jernek said, turning back at the door. "There are no shields, shadows, or even specters here. Only us." "How is that?" Nadia stepped past the first bolts and into the back room. "I saw the wraiths fallen on the floors of the cube. No one escaped that. How did you?" "By not being there. We were on a training session in the Elfine realm. When we came back, our shields went through the veil first to secure our route." Nadia nodded at the bolts' words. This was standard. The bolts were highly capable at this age, but they were provided with the protection of the older and fully trained wraiths until they were bolts no more. The shields would have gone through first, because despite going home, home meant through the shade, a place of strange and unexpected terrors. When the first of us passed through, they lay slain on the ground. One looked to have been killed by 3 vampires, the other by several werewolves. "Oh," Harmiston uttered at the implication of what the bolts had witnessed. "We didn't know it at the time, but they had met the hybrids who had the task of clearing the shade of wraiths. The wraiths who were not in the cube to be poisoned," Nadia finished for him. "We heard later that the same happened to a few in the city as well." "Yes, we found out about that too. We've been trying to survive ever since." "It was wise to stay together. How many of you?" Jernek looked around and then indicated the door behind him. "I'll show you. We usually don't talk too openly so near the street. The hybrids' hearing is too good. Follow me." He led them up the stairs and to Nilofar's old apartment. It looked much the same, and Nadia felt a pang of sadness at the sight of her old furniture and things still there. In between everything were sleeping mats and blankets. Several bolts lived there now. "How is it you found this place?" she asked. "It seems like too much of a coincidence." "It isn't." A familiar voice sounded behind her, and she turned to see Peyra and Kurik, who'd had come in through the front door. The ex-Bolts lived in the apartment next door, a home that Nilafar had procured for them to get their feet on the ground after the wraiths kicked them out. Peyra looked healthy with her protruding belly, the reason for their departure from the Queen's Guard. "You made this happen?" Nadia asked the dark-haired pair. Unlike the Bolts, they were no longer entirely dressed in dark clothes and the signature coat of the wraiths. They had a definite preference for colorless clothes, but didn't stand out as wraiths anymore. "Yes," Peyra said. "They found us right before Nilafar died." "We had to leave our previous hiding place," Jernek explained. "The hybrids and vamps began going through that neighborhood to call upon their volunteer blood donors. It was only a matter of time before they found us, no matter how quiet we were." "I see. So you found old friends," Harmiston said. "Indeed." Harmiston smiled a tired smile. "It's a good thing the wraiths kick their own out for infractions, so the rest can have somewhere to go when everything goes wrong." Nadia suppressed a smile. He was far from wrong. Right now, 3 outcasts were who the Bolts relied on for help. What they wanted with her, she wasn't sure of yet. "How many of you?" she repeated. 37. We were 39 when we came back, but those hybrids," one of the other Bolts said. "I understand." Nadia allowed for sympathy in her voice. "She really does," Jernek said. "They killed a hybrid on the way here." Every neutral gaze in the room turned on Nadia and Harmiston at that. Not that the feat had been easy, but she couldn't quite read the room at that point. Why was that significant? "There was more luck involved," Harmiston began, but was interrupted by Kurik. "Luck plays more of a role in battle than most think." I don't know how to respond to that," Harmiston told Nadia. You're the one who speaks Wraith. Why did you steal the bag of bland asphodel? That was a setup if ever I saw one. Our mistake, Shadow, a female bolt said. Sentinel, Nadia pointed out. I'm not a Wraith anymore. You better remember that. She recognized most of the faces around her, but had, as a Shadow Wraith, had less to do with their education than the shields. We see you wear the colors of a ghost. How is that even possible? It's hard for a Wraith to be accepted among them. I wasn't a Wraith when I was taken into their fold, Nadia said. So, why did you try to lure me here? That was one of you following me in the shade, wasn't it? We weren't quite sure you were the one we were looking for, Jurnek said with a look toward Kurik and Peyra. We tried talking to you when Nilafar died, Kurik explained. But I understand that you didn't hear me then. The bolts were already in trouble by that time. We were going to ask Nilafar for help, but... Nadia nodded her understanding of his grief. It seemed Nilafar was the best thing to happen to young cast-outs and orphans. She would have taken you all in, she told them. Without hesitation and with a stern voice. Peyra smiled wistfully. She and Kurik both knew exactly what Nadia was talking about. But none of this explains your need to involve a ghost. Why did you try to lure me here? She repeated. They had failed, but the almost murder of Jurnek by a hybrid had changed the situation back to their intended one. Nadia was there, and they were talking. Jurnek looked at Kurik and Peyra, but they both shrugged. This was the Bolt's plan now. They were only helping their friends. Jurnek looked around, and in that moment, Nadia was sure he'd reach far in the ranks of the Wraiths. He was young and a little insecure, but a natural leader nonetheless. We are at a point where we can't afford to abide by old rules of conduct in the Cube, he began. The Cube isn't ours anymore. We need to survive and grow stronger. We need someone to lead us, train us. We can't do that and become true Wraiths ourselves. And if we don't, how will we ever kill those hybrids who have infested our city? All right, I take it back, Nad, Harmiston said. No child talks like that. They're Wraiths, all right. I told you. She smiled her tight-lipped smile at him, and then addressed Jurnek and the others with a serious face. How does this explain your search for me? We need you to be that leader. We have no one, and we're asking for your help. Nadia inhaled slowly, considering this. Then she shook her head. No, I am a ghost now, not a Wraith, and the ghosts do not intervene in Wraith business. But you were one of us. You know everything we're supposed to learn. Nadia hated the sound of her own voice at her answer, but it couldn't be helped. I will help you find a safer place than this, and I will provide for you the best I can, but I can't become a halfway Wraith. That's not how it's done. Besides, I'm tasked with finding out what happened to all the Wraiths by the Queen. That's what I have to do. That's all, huh? Kurik said, and something in his voice made Nadia look twice at him. So did Jurnek, who received a nod of go-ahead from the ex-Wraith. We believe we know where they are, the Bolt told her with a frown of worry on his otherwise unfazed face. Chapter 6. Nadia gazed up at the wall. It rose high in its 90-degree angle, finally looming over the city far above before vanishing into the reflected sky up there. She turned to see the other side, but they were so far from the shade and the shimmer in the wall over there. The veil only protruded through the bedrock inside the shade and was likely the cause of that dreary place. But here, on the other side of the city, with so many high-rises between them, the opposite side of the wall couldn't be seen. It was an area Nadia hadn't been in much over the years. It was far from the Cube, and most of the people Shadow Wraiths were sent to hunt down, hid in the shade or the city. This part of it wasn't somewhere that drew criminals and murderers. It was a quiet area of the city. The rent was usually cheaper, but it was also farther away from everything. There were few shops and offices around, just the apartment buildings. It wasn't truly the wall itself that had caused the area to stagnate. It was what this section of the wall hid, where it led. "And you're sure about this?" Harmiston asked, despite the bolts telling them of this back at Nilefar's shop. Nadia could understand him. This was not a place she had considered when looking for the Wraiths. "Yes, chronicler," Kurik said with patience. He'd had more time to adjust to the idea, though. Kurik, Jornik, and 2 female bolts had come to show them the way, and what proof they had about the Wraith's whereabouts. Harmiston nodded and craned his neck to look up at the junction of the wall and the fake sky. "To the surface, then," he said, and focused on the wide and open cavern that was the main access way to the old world above Agartha. The bolts were certain, though they'd never seen a Wraith up there. Still, it was as close as she'd gotten to any kind of useful information in 3 weeks, so Nadia was willing to listen and have a look. According to the bolts, the Wraiths had been taken from the cube and loaded into trucks while still unconscious the day of the attack. Nadia already knew about them being removed. She'd noticed it from Harmiston's apartment, but the bolts who'd returned home that day had witnessed it from the roof of one of the mansions on the other side of the cube and the palace. They had been smart enough to spot the trap and had spied around the area. That day had been one of turmoil and chaos, and the hybrids had not noticed the young spies outside their newly won domain. The bolts hadn't seen exactly where the unconscious Wraiths had been taken, but a few had followed the trucks in this direction before the attacks in the city had forced them back. After that, they'd searched everywhere in the area, even setting up a base for a few days, but the Wraiths were nowhere to be found. The bolts had even questioned the local crematoriums, but no one had received that amount of work. The bolts had concluded that if the Wraiths had died, then their bodies had not been seen to in a traditional manner. There was no place to bury so many in Agartha either, so they had to have been moved somewhere else. The Veil had been one theory, but why drive in the wrong direction with such a dangerous cargo then? The moment the Wraiths woke up, they would have become trouble for Kassemyr's people, hybrids or not. It was at this time, when they had been about to give up, that a few bolts hiding from a patrol of hybrids one night saw them enter the open tunnel that led inside the wall. Normally, it was closed off with large barn doors. This was no longer the case, and Nadia stared at the heavy iron doors barely hanging from their hinges. "Have you ever been to the surface?" Harmiston asked Nadia. The bolts looked at her with curiosity. She knew they hadn't reached that point in their training yet. "Once, though barely out of the tunnel. The air up there is toxic. We were taken to see what our ancestors did to us all, and why we have to protect the city at all costs. There is nowhere else for us to go if the city becomes uninhabitable." "The mages won't let that happen," Kurik said. "Hopefully not, but it will be a long time before any Agarthan can return to live up there." "So if the Wraiths were sent there?" Harmiston prompted. "If anyone can survive up there, it will be them." The bolts nodded their agreement, and they all began walking closer to the entrance. They were, however, not going in there. "See that 3-story building there?" Jornik asked while pointing. "Behind it?" Nadia asked. She received silent confirmations, and they all headed in that direction. Unlike the tunnels under the royal palace and the cube, which went in many directions, this one went only 2 ways, up and down. Entering such a tunnel when it was controlled by the hybrids would be a fool's errand and a no-return mission. But the bolts, whose statures were smaller, were used to thinking differently to make up for it. It had taken them a day to find the airwells. The city of Agartha relied on its mages to keep everything going, and that meant access to air and water, among many things. Airwells were long, narrow tunnels that reached the surface but were not meant for people to pass through. The air was pulled down and cleansed on the way by the mages, and they were part of an intricate system to feed the city with the precious air needed to keep everything and everyone going. Nadia and Harmiston were led by the bolts to a manhole hidden among some scraggly-looking bushes near the wall. The bolts removed it and then crawled inside. Nadia smiled at Harmiston, who visibly shuddered at the thought, and then followed them before he came to. They eased the lid back in place over them, and then tried to ignore the foul smell of the sewer. It didn't float by them, but nearby. Nadia could hear the trickle of it, but not see it. "This way," Jernek told them and, thankfully, led them away from the smell. It wasn't long before he showed them an opening in the bedrock at the place Nadia estimated to be where the wall met the city grounds. The bolt shimmied inside, and everyone followed. Nadia eyed Harmiston's shoulders with skepticism, but thought he would fit. 5 minutes later, she knew she'd been right, but she heard him struggling here and there. The shaft was steep and in a tight space, but the bolts crawled onward, sure of their way. When they were above the city ground, the air became better, and Nadia felt the pleasant touch of a breeze of fresh air. Grates were set in various spaces in the wall, allowing for air to pass, but the metal mesh was hard to see out through. "Beware," one of the girls said, after a long while of this. She was the last bolt before Nadia and Harmiston. "We're coming up on the checkpoint." "All right," Nadia confirmed. It was dark inside the airwell, but she could see well enough, and their narrow space widened a bit before it separated into 3 tunnels in front of her: left, right, and straight ahead and up. The one to the right simply led to another airwell. Sometimes people had to get in there to clean things out, and they needed escape routes should anything collapse. The one to the left simply led air to the main tunnel they had chosen not to use. Nadia had no trouble seeing the bolts caution as sound. Even before she reached the end and the slightly larger grate there, she heard voices coming from the main tunnel. Voices and laughter. She and Harmiston squeezed in beside 2 of the bolts, while the last one and Kurik waited back in one of the other sections. They'd seen this before. The airwell ended high on a wall inside the main tunnel, a last resort escape route if needed. Nadia had to press her face against the grate to see anything down there. The bolts were right. The tunnel was guarded by hybrids. Under massive stalactites, they'd set up a checkpoint to guard the entrance to the surface. There, they sat around tables, chairs, and among other equipment, mainly weapons from what she could see. Their laughter was halted by a greeting since 3 hybrids approached from further down in the tunnel. Nadia had no doubt these were hybrids and not werewolves. She couldn't smell anything from that distance, but it was all about their demeanor. The werewolves following Kassemyr all had hope of becoming something more. These guards had the self-assuredness only those who thought themselves invincible had. She watched in silence while the hybrids boasted and joked, even snarling at each other from time to time. It was all about bravado and strength in this place, and she saw no difference between the men and women in that regard. They all thought themselves powerful because of what Kassemyr had done to them. Nadia only saw terrorizing monsters. The newcomers below finally left and began their ascent to the surface. Nadia wasn't sure what they wanted up there, but it had to be something, and at the moment, this was her only lead on the Wraiths. And if the whole thing should be fruitless in that regard, she needed to find out why hybrids were guarding the entrance and going to the surface anyway. Carefully, and well protected from audible detection by Harmiston's shield, they all backed up until they reached the narrow intersection. "So?" Jernek whispered so softly, even Nadia had to strain herself to hear it. "What do you think?" Nadia considered and saw the positive look on Harmiston's face. He was hopeful. So was she, but she remained outwardly neutral. She wasn't sure but felt hopeful too. If nothing else, something was going on here. It would be worth checking it out, regardless. She gave the bolts a quick nod. Jernek twisted a little where he lay halfway inside the tunnel leading upward. He pointed in that direction and raised his eyebrows questioningly. Nadia considered again but decided against it. This was not something done on a whim. "No," she added at the sight of the slightly confused and disappointed faces. This meant a lot to them, but they had already told her they'd attempted to reach the surface, but that the air seemed poisonous. They wanted her to lead them, but that was not her duty. She was a ghost now and hadn't been lying and telling them how that affected her involvement with them. They were, however, young and in need of some guidance and safety. That was something the Wraiths had always taken seriously, and so would she, even now. "Let's return to the city," she told them, her whisper soft enough not to be heard by the hybrids in the cavern nearby. "I want you all safe. Then," she looked at Harmiston, "we'll see about reaching the surface." Chapter 7. "You know," Victoria mused, while watching the bolts roaming the large mansion, "I thought I'd have some children living here with me at some point, but not such quiet ones." "Oh, they're not children," Harmiston pointed out, face blank. The bolts had all come along to Stonewater Mansion, Count Elisatra's townhouse, where he usually resided when not at court. At the moment, the nobleman looked around, bewildered at the dark-clad young bolts who were quietly settling in, moving their equipment to the rooms upstairs that he and Victoria had hastily prepared. There were no servants in the house. They didn't dare leave their own homes to go to work. The bolts were used to simplicity, though, and the rooms were more than enough. They were used to sharing, too. None of these bolts were old enough to have gotten their own private spaces in the cube yet. "Thank you both for doing this," Nadia told Victoria and her fiancé. "No need for that," Elisatra said, despite his confusion at the complete lack of disorder and noise from the bolts. Nadia remembered their life in the cube. They weren't always so silent in there, but then the realm had been a safer place too back then. "Of course, we'll help. Have you alerted the ghosts of this yet?" "No, and I was hoping you could do that. Harm and I have somewhere to be." "I thought finding the Wraiths was your primary assignment," Victoria said, and indicated said Wraiths with a wave of her hand. "It is, and these children, as you call them, have done quite the investigating for me. I need to see if they're up there. The surface is impossible to live on. If they were brought there after the attack..." Victoria visibly shuddered. Many of the Wraiths were her childhood friends. "It's been weeks, Nadia." "I know, but I have to at least try." "The surface..." "I've heard horrible things," Elisatra chimed in. "It's supposed to be impossible to breathe, too warm, no food, well, anything." "A desolate place for certain," Nadia agreed. "Sounds like a lovely trip we're preparing for," Harmiston said with a resigned sigh. He gave Nadia a wistful smile. "But what can you do?" "Wear gas masks for one," Nadia said. "We'll need to stock up on supplies. Going up there unprepared isn't a good idea." "That might happen faster than you think." Elisatra's gaze flicked to one door across from the front doors in the grand foyer of the mansion. "How so?" "Nadia," Victoria said, with a small smile. "Armin was tasked with acquiring supplies for the ghosts." Nadia raised an eyebrow while shifting her gaze back to the Count. "Is that so? I must have forgotten." "I'm one of several. A safe plan, I guess, in case one of us is discovered trading these things by the hybrids." "Weapons and useful equipment?" He nodded. "Including gas masks. I have a contact who trades with Earthside technology. He hasn't been able to deliver lately, of course, but we made quite the deal in his favor to be able to buy what he already had. The ghosts specifically requested gas masks because the bomb spread an unknown poison to take out everyone in the palace and the cube." Nadia pressed her lips together and smiled, despite the bad memory of all the unconscious and thereby defenseless people. "Then I think I'd like a look at those masks." "Of course," he said, and led her down to the basement, where a large assortment of weapons and other combat equipment was stashed in several storage rooms. "I think it best that your servants are too afraid to come to work," she told him and Victoria. They would know too much by being here. Let's hope no hybrids knock on your door either." "It should be moved soon enough," Victoria said, unable to hide the worry on her face. She would be a fool not to be afraid of this enemy. They returned upstairs to find Harmiston seated on the floor of the foyer, seemingly unaware of the bolts who passed by, giving him curious looks despite themselves. He sat under a shimmering blue dome made up of sigils Nadia couldn't decipher. "Trying something new?" she asked him, a little surprised and relieved to see him not care about anyone knowing anymore. "Yes," he said without looking their way. His eyes were on the sigils circling him, which he seemed to move around with his mind and place where they needed to be. "I'm trying to get these right. He said, and then lost control over the spell. The dome faded fast, and he looked at her and the other two. Nadia raised the 2 gas masks she'd retrieved from downstairs. "Ready?" He flashed her a smile then. "As I'll ever be." They'd been crawling up the air well for an hour when Nadia felt a bout of fatigue. She blinked hard and shook her head, moving on anyway. She was not unfamiliar with weariness and exhaustion, but at first assumed the sensation to be because of the hits she'd taken during the fight with the hybrid earlier. "Nadia?" Harmiston said, crawling behind her in the narrow shaft. The walls were tight around them, with the occasional side shaft this far up to guide air out at all levels. "There's something off about the air." Nadia stopped and looked over her shoulder, her night vision allowing her to see half his face and one shoulder. His hair was messy with dirt and being rubbed against the top of the tight tunnel. He was also out of breath, and not only from moving inside a space that allowed for no claustrophobia. Come to think of it, she was breathing harder too. This was a difficult task, no doubt, but usually she could handle tougher challenges than this. "You're right," she told him. "Maybe we're nearing the surface." "I hope so," Harmiston uttered. "Not that I don't enjoy being here with you, of course," he hurried to add with a lopsided smile. "Let's rest a moment," Nadia said, and retrieved her water bottle from the small bag she'd strapped around her upper body to prevent it from scraping against the surrounding walls too much. It contained water, a little food, and a gas mask. There wasn't room for anything else. Harmiston carried the same amount. No matter what awaited them up there, they didn't have enough supplies to stay too long. "I'm glad you came," she said after a few sips, "because I do enjoy having you around." "Well, I miss going to the cafe around the corner of the cube, but then you seem to have a varying array of interests. Hanging out in the shade, killing hybrids, climbing up to uninhabitable places. I'm learning so much about you." Nadia smiled, not that he could see. Harmiston was essentially blind at the moment. They did have flashlights, but it was a one-way trip, and no lights were needed to navigate their current path. With Nadia in the lead, she functioned as both their eyes. "If I didn't know any better, Harm, I'd say you wanted a proper, boring date. I'm trying my best here." "Nothing boring about dates. They're always interesting because you learn something about the other person." "Really?" she asked, doubt in her voice. "Or they're so boring it's hilarious." She heard him take some sips of his water. "My point is," he went on, "people are interesting, some more than others." Nadia screwed the cap back on her bottle. "This is a strange place to turn on the charm, chronicler. Next time, you can choose the venue." "On it," he said with laughter in his voice. "Not that I'm complaining about this one." No, he wasn't, was he? Nadia had noticed Harmiston seldom complained. It was one of the things about him that meshed with her and her upbringing. Oh yes, he was always positive, inquisitive, eager to learn and share that knowledge, and highly talkative. He was in some ways as different from the Wraiths as one could be, but there were a few things in him she recognized in herself and those she had spent most of her life with. His willingness to do what was right, his lack of despair when things got bad, and simply doing what was needed instead. She wasn't lying when she'd told him she enjoyed having him along. Harmiston was a breath of fresh air in her life, especially after all her years of secret-keeping and following every rule, and taking him with her like this had become easier after she'd learned he could take care of himself. There were always risks, of course, but when had life ever been without those? "Shall we continue?" she asked. "Yes." She heard him screw the cap back on his own bottle and stuff it into the small bag. They went on, agreeing to hold off on the gas masks for a while if they could. They were crawling and shimmying through the dark and narrow space, dirt falling around them due to their movements. It was warm, too, and the masks wouldn't help with the heat. "Look at that," Harmiston said after about 15 minutes more of this. His words had Nadia stop, considering the fact that he couldn't see anything. "Are you all right?" "Of course. It's just... Don't you see that? I think we might be close to the surface." Nadia looked forward and squinted her eyes. And yes, there was something up there. A small light. Maybe she wasn't all right if she hadn't noticed. She gulped down air and went on. At this point, reaching the surface was what she needed regardless of how it was up there. Crawling backward down to the city would take longer than the alternative. The light gave them newfound energy, though, and they were spurred on, feeling a breeze of warm and thick air meet them as it went the opposite way, compelled down the airwell by the city mages' magic. "Sorry, Harm," Nadia said when she reached the light. "It's not the surface." She'd reached a small alcove, which gave some long-awaited respite from the cramped shaft. A smaller shaft diverted from it at the back of the alcove, but there, in that widened opening, stood the source of the light. "Luminescent asphodel." Harmiston wheezed when he crawled up to Nadia's knees and could see over her. He breathed heavily and shook his head, narrowing his eyes. The light wasn't strong, more of a weak golden shimmer, but it was the first he'd experienced in over an hour. You don't often see bland asphodel in its blossoming state. Nadia nodded and looked at the flowers, golden and with large, pointed leaves. Stripes of icy blue lined the golden petals that lay over the leaves. "No, we don't. They're lovely. And incredibly valuable these days. I don't think anyone goes this far up to harvest them, though." The flowers grew and thrived in the caverns of Agartha, and a few harvesters made a living seeking them out. Nadia and Harmiston both could attest to the dirty and exhausting job of looking for them after their climb now. Usually, though, the harvesters didn't use the airwells to look for the luminescent asphodels. The strain wasn't worth it, especially when the flower thrived further down. The only place it couldn't be found was in the shade, but then nothing living thrived in there. Nadia glanced up and then back at Harmiston. "Let's keep going." It took another 20 minutes of grueling maneuvering before they finally saw a blur of light ahead. "Beautiful as that precious flower is, I hope that's not more of it," Harmiston said behind her. Nadia nodded and then remembered he couldn't see that. Usually that wasn't a mistake she would make. It was getting even harder to breathe, and she felt like she'd been bedridden for weeks and now trying to run for hours. Her body ached from the hits she'd taken earlier from the hybrid, and she knew the worst thing she could do was pause and let her body stiffen. This wasn't the place to rest, and neither was the surface, but at least the latter place would have room to move properly. The closer she got to it, the more obvious the light became, although it had a grayish sheen to it that strongly indicated this was not a golden luminescent asphodel. "I believe this is it," she managed and crawled on, all the while listening for Harmiston, making sure he was right behind her. She could hear his heavy breaths and the movements of his body. He wasn't giving up, and neither was she. They just needed to crawl a little more, and a little more. The susurration of a strong wind sounded, and Nadia sighed in relief. That was the surface, all right. Something up there cracked and then fell. Rocks, most likely. It all pushed her further, and the light became clearer, forming a jagged circle that would finally lead them up and out. Nadia sped up, urged by the need to simply get out of there, and finally, within minutes, reached the opening. She slapped her hand down on it and felt cool stone under her skin instead of the warm dirt and rocks within the airwell. "Is that it?" Harmiston asked, hope in his voice. "It is," she croaked and hauled herself forward, pushing through the opening without regard for anything else. The air outside was hard on the lungs, yet better than inside the choking top of the airwell, and she pulled herself out and tumbled to the ground, feeling a decline under her. It wasn't steep enough for her to tumble down, and she rolled to her back and closed her eyes a moment, breathing hard and hearing Harmiston surface too. He landed next to her and drew ragged breaths before they eased and became more rhythmic. "Oh," he said, the sound of moving pebbles reaching her ears. He leaned up on his elbows. "This looks awful." Chapter 8. Nadia opened her eyes, but was not surprised by the dreary sight that met her. She had seen it before and experienced the same dread Harmiston was now. The sky above was hidden behind thick and dark gray clouds, the occasional lightning giving some color. They were not like lightning in other realms, but differed in colors from pink to orange. Thunder cracked, but not loud. She sat up with care and noticed they had come out on a rocky hillside with cold berg under them and plenty of pebbles and rocks around and under them. Further down to their left was the opening to the main tunnel which led down to the city. Unlike its counterpart down on the city grounds, the door was still intact here. If not, the fumes would be unbearable inside the tunnel despite its size. "We stood down there," she told Harmiston, who sat up next to her. "They opened those doors for us and let us have a look. That was all. No one went outside. But it was enough to hammer in the truth of what had happened up here. What our ancestors did to our realm. Not one of us would ever doubt the truth of it. We all need to stay down there until the rest of the Agartha realm heals. There's no life up here." They looked out over the landscape that unfolded in front of them. What had once been hills and valleys and plains in between still were, but everything was dark, gray, and brown. Nothing flourished. Hardly anything grew. The sun was blocked out. Only the rain could pass through those heavy and toxic clouds. Scattered out on the ground was dust and ashes, fragments that blew in the chilly wind. As a boy, I heard that the sky we see reflected down in the city isn't the true Agarthan sky. I didn't believe that. I suppose that's both true and not. That sky is up there. We just don't see it now. Only the mages' magic can make that happen. Harmiston looked around at the desolation. "It's worse than anything I've ever been told or imagined." The only sounds were those of the wind, the weak thunder, and the occasional rock rolling down the hill they were on. No birds were tweeting like Nadia had heard in other realms, nor was there any burble of fresh water in a stream. It wasn't quiet, exactly, but there was no sound of life. "I suppose," he went on, "that we hear all these stories about how the land up here needs to heal, and we expect it to, but it will take longer than the tales will have us know." "Exactly." Harmiston nodded. "I kind of see it now. Why the mages were punished for this. The wars and the magic they used as weapons destroyed our realm. It's a miracle our people didn't die out." "Not a miracle," Nadia countered. "Merely hard work and smart thinking." Harmiston smiled, leaned in, and kissed her no doubt dirty cheek. "That is the pragmatic thinking one would expect from a member of either of the Queen's guards." Nadia shrugged. "I am what they made me." "No," he argued. "Remember how many that fail to become wraiths? It takes a certain type of person to withstand and develop in that environment." Nadia patted his knee and then got up. "I was a smart mouth, too." "Really?" he said, and did the same. I would have loved to hear that. I bet you would, since you're a chattermouth. Now, where to? She took in the view, looking for any signs of life instead of focusing on the lack of it. I don't see any wraiths standing around, he pointed out. No, she said. I'm not sure tracks linger all that long in this wind either, but I'd like to take a look down by that gate. She frowned. We saw hybrids pass that checkpoint in the tunnel earlier, so they obviously came up here. Whatever for? Harmiston asked with a moue of disgust on his face. It's not like they don't have everything they want down in the city. You know, power, free blood, ugh. Yes, so it has to be something worthwhile for them, Nadia concluded. She glanced down herself and began patting her clothes, brushing off dirt from the tunnel. We need to conceal ourselves again. Harmiston nodded and did the same. The bland asphodel they had put on before the crawl up had been brushed off them in the airwell, and the one they were to put on now would work better if it was on them and their clothes, not layers of dirt that would fall off. We better mark this airwell, Harmiston said. It's going to be difficult to find later. He was right. At a distance, spotting it among all the rocks would be a challenge. I can locate it by smell, she said, although I don't think the sandwiches I brought are going to cut it. Harmiston narrowed his eyes and peered at the tiny opening. Then he half loosed his right fist and raised it towards his chest, looking like he was practicing a speech before a red light emerged from that fist and floated toward the opening. Nadia drew a deep breath and was suddenly flooded with a rich, familiar floral smell. It existed in so many realms. You marked it with the scent of roses? She said, and smiled as the red light faded, but the scent remained. A little romance never hurt anyone, he said, and winked at her. Despite his dusty appearance, he looked himself again now that he was out of the airwell, cheery and inquisitive. Come on then, charmer. A few minutes later, they merely looked dusty rather than dirty, and the bland asphodel was doing its job once again. Harmiston conjured his protective shield, and they could not be heard while they carefully made their way down the rocky hill. Everything was as Nadia expected when they reached the gate. There were tracks on the ground, but they were halfway erased by the wind and told her nothing of what might have happened here weeks ago, let alone that same day. What they did learn was that the air was harder to breathe in the lowlands. If they needed to make camp and sleep at some point, it was best done up on a hill. They both put on the gas masks and immediately breathed easier. Where to? Harmiston asked, his voice muffled through the mask. I want to start with checking the area outside this immediate one. The hybrids we saw earlier might still be here, or more might be on their way. We need to be far away from this gate. Sounds like a plan. Besides, there's something odd about the gate. How so? He shrugged and canted his head, looking at the gate through the large eye holes in the mask. Something magical. I've never encountered it before, but it seems powerful. And witch-like. Probably something Lyra did then, Nadia concluded. It wasn't something they could ask the witch about since she was dead. They walked on, toward a nearby valley. From what they could see, it was void of people, hybrids, humans, or others. Despite the poisonous clouds above, sunlight did filter through, because, after an hour of walking, darkness descended upon the surface. In a sense, this helped them remain fairly hidden in addition to their other means of concealment. Nadia pushed the strain that had befallen her body to the back of her mind and focused on watching and listening for anyone so much as breathing the foul air near them. Hardly anything was. They saw bushes and small, gnarly trees with hardly any leaves on them. Down in the city, they followed a traditional yearly calendar of 374 days a year, but the seasons mattered little under the ground. Still, it was supposed to be late summer in the Agartha realm, and that likely explained the small and dark leaves they saw at all. They came across a few streams too, but like the subdued thunder above, the burbling of the water was hard to hear, even for Nadia. It was like all energy that remained was severely weakened, no matter what form it took. Like existing on the ash-covered ground took too much. "What is that?" Harmiston said after they'd passed through the valley and entered a more uneven landscape of larger rocks, boulders really, that had fallen from the surrounding hills, causing a harsh and brutal-looking environment. "Is that an animal?" He hesitated in using the word. "I've been wondering the same thing," Nadia said. She'd had the little thing in her eyesight a while, noticing movement the moment they rounded the first jagged boulder. Lightning flashed above them, but they'd noticed fast that it never shot downward, merely within the clouds. The tiny creature, no larger than a house cat, began moving again, halfway in their direction. It was likely curious. Humans or similar-looking species had not been part of the surface for centuries. It might not be aware of them as potential threats. "Oh, I'm sorry, but that is not pretty," Harmiston said, grimacing at the sight as the lightning above helped him see the scraggly and bony creature. "What is that?" "I have no idea." Nadia shook her head in bewilderment. "Not a rat, judging by the tail. Some sort of... No, I don't know." "Life will prevail, that's for sure," Harmiston said when the creature jumped at something in the ground in front of it and then shook its head ferociously, obviously killing something. "Yes, I suppose that sight means there's hope," Nadia concluded and shook her head. The animal gulped something down, turned dark and beady eyes at them, and then scampered across the ground away from them. At least the surface wasn't as lifeless as they'd believed it to be. Unfortunately, there was death there too. "Here's something," Nadia said. She'd turned to go, but spotted a dark shape, hidden below one of the large boulders nearby. "I don't see anything," Harmiston said. "Oh, wait, yes." Nadia heard his steps falter a little before he sped up and followed her. She reached the boulder first, and knew before bending down that what she saw was a dead body. She momentarily lifted the gas mask from her face, but smelled little rot in the air. Of course, the air smelled more of sulfur than anything else. "Someone died here?" Harmiston asked, sounding like he found it sad to die in this desolate place. Nadia was more worried about the how and why. The body lay beneath a boulder, on its stomach, under a small outcrop of the large rock. If it had rained, no drops had landed on the deceased. She bent down to have a closer look, and Harmiston stopped right next to her. "This is bad," she told him without looking up. She recognized that clothing. The dead body, once a man, judging by build, wore a long, dark coat. Nadia reached out and touched it gingerly. She knew the feel of the fabric, which was interwoven with wool. The garment would have served him well up here, hiding him, keeping him warm. "A wraith?" Harmiston asked. "Yes." She saw the skin had dried in the dry climate. Gently she pushed at the body and turned him over. His face was unrecognizable to her, but she had known him. That she was sure of. Another certain thing was the puncture wounds in his neck. Whatever vamp or hybrid who had done this had hurt him enough to drain him slowly. Oftentimes they would rip open throats and gulp down everything they could fast. Some didn't have the patience or self-control to drain slowly. It was why so many of the voluntary blood donors died these days. "Whoever he was hurt badly to be killed this way," Harmiston said, having come to the same conclusion. Nadia nodded and looked up at him. A shade fell over him, even in the dark. It was all the warning she got. The beast must not have seen her. The large and looming form of a vampire grabbed Harmiston and pushed him toward her. Harmiston had time for no more than a gasp of surprise before those pale hands clamped down on his throat. The air was knocked out of him regardless when he crashed into the wall. Nadia didn't think. Horror at the sight rose in her, but she drew her dagger and arose, bumping into the vamp, and then, right before those lethal fangs bit into Harmiston's neck, shoved the blade up under its chin, right into its head. Ice blue eyes turned on her, and she could see the surprise. The beast had not heard or seen her bent over the body. Nadia already had her silver knife in her other hand. She stabbed it through the nearest ice blue eye, and then proceeded to twist both blades. The vamp screeched, or tried to, but no more than a wheezing sound came. Nadia yanked her dagger loose in an unforgiving move and shoved it into its body, through the ribs and straight into its dark heart. Harmiston gasped again, this time for the need of the air he got when the hand around his throat let go. The vamp, blurred in form, trying to shift to a lupine form. Nadia withdrew both her blades, and the beast fell to the ground, blurring and then remaining in its vampiric form. "That was a hybrid," Harmiston managed. "You killed a hybrid," he added, eyes wide, and without enough air to say what he wanted. "It was dumb luck," she said. She knew what he was on about, but this hybrid had been careless and unaware of the threat right below his intended meal. "You all right?" she asked Harmiston, feeling her heart thundering. She had seen his death there for a second, and it shook her to her core. Harmiston nodded, equally, if not more shaken. Then he craned his neck and looked out among the boulders. Nadia turned to see, but noticed the sound of boots hitting the ground nearby first. Then came the unmistakable screech of a vampire, followed by the howl of a wolf. They were communicating. And they were right behind the nearest boulders. She was sure of it. "No time to pause," she told Harmiston, who gave a quick nod of understanding, before two more hybrids appeared in front of them. Nadia drew her sword, and Harmiston conjured his blue magic of defense, an orb glowing in front of him. But there was something else going on. "Those are too many feet making sounds than those two," she said, as the hybrids drew nearer. Something was off. They weren't looking at Nadia and Harmiston. "What?" Harmiston said. The hybrids in each of their forms noticed them and changed directions. Harmiston wasn't having it this time. He pushed the magical energy forth, and it expanded in the air. It struck the beasts head-on and threw them back. They slammed into a boulder behind them and fell to the ground. Before they got up completely, the area swarmed with people wearing dark coats, swords at the ready. Chapter 9. In the darkness, the swarm of wraiths looked like a multitude of armed assassins, despite their actual numbers. They didn't hesitate in attacking the hybrids, splitting into two groups of about 6 wraiths each. They never eased up on the hybrids. Nadia saw the beasts rise to their feet and fight back, an impressive feat given who they were fighting. The hybrids' strength erupted in vicious attacks, and she saw them shift forms a few times, using the powers of the beasts within them to fight back. When the first of the hybrids fell and was promptly pierced through the heart for certainty, the other one became desperate. He fought with a rash madness, striking out in panic more than any belief in his own strength. Like every wraith was taught since their first days as bolts, strength wasn't everything. The last hybrid died moments later in the shape of a vampire, gasping pointlessly for air as his throat was slit. "Oh," Harmiston uttered when one wraith gave him the final strike of a blade. This drew the wraith's attention toward him and Nadia. In an instant, the dead hybrids were forgotten. They represented no more threats. 12 swords were at the ready, and the owners of those swords came closer, albeit slowly. "No need to be so, cross," Harmiston said. Nadia nudged him on, and they stepped forward while she sheathed her sword. She had no intention of being killed because of a misunderstanding. A man stepped forward, peering at both of them from under his hood. "A ghost?" he said, and Nadia recognized his voice. How many times had she not heard the man speak? Besides, discerning the dark blue of her clothes in the dark meant someone with exceptionally good eyes, like an elf, or a half-elf in this case. "Spectre Terrace," she said, and indicated the dead hybrid behind her and Harmiston. "We're on the same side. Lower your weapons." Terrace pulled his hood back, and she saw his familiar face, only he was utterly different from how he used to look. His beautiful features had always seemed a little too much to be human, but now he looked like everyone around him, tired, dirty, and simply worn out. His bright, platinum blonde hair was covered in dust and ashes, to the degree that the color didn't stand out at all. They all looked like that. The filth of the strain of this place was a physical reminder on them all. The sound of Nadia's muffled voice through the mask made him narrow his eyes, clearly not able to place her. She sighed and took the mask off. Harmiston did the same. It was better to identify themselves properly before anything bad happened. The harsh air assaulted them immediately, and she instantly wished for the mask back. But then, if the Wraiths had survived like this for weeks, then so could she for a short while. The air was breathable, but it felt thick and mixed with gases and toxins that shouldn't be there. It made everything slow down. "Nadia," Terrace said when he saw her face. "Interesting choice of colors." "I was a free agent when they took me in," she said, meeting his eyes straight on. "I see. Sentinel." Terrace glanced at Harmiston and then back at her again. "And I see you brought Chronicler. Exactly what we need." Nadia shrugged. "If not for him, those two would not have been on the ground when you decided to show up." Terrace lowered his brows in confusion. One of the other Wraiths stepped forward, removing her hood too. "Nadia?" Nadia smiled with her lips pressed together. "Hi, Corinne. I'm glad to see you alive." "Likewise. You're a ghost?" she said like that was more unbelievable than Nadia and Harmiston showing up in this place. "We don't have time for all this," Nadia said. "We're here to get you back. Queen's orders." "Back?" Terrace said. "We've been trying for weeks. The hybrids have the main tunnel holed up with guards and some magic contraption which prevents us from entering." Nadia nodded. It was as Harmiston had sensed then. Kassemyr had Lyra shut the gate magically for anyone he didn't let through. It was a stroke of luck that he hadn't thought of the airwells. No one had down in the city either, except the clever bolts. The other Wraiths around Terrace pulled back their hoods, and Nadia recognized her former fellow Wraiths. It made her stomach twist. She was so relieved to see them alive, yet knew nothing could ever be the same between them again. "We have the exit plan covered," Nadia told Terrace, focusing on the matter at hand instead. "We came in through an airwell. It will be tight for those of you with the broadest shoulders, but it should work." "We've been searching those airwells and none are wide enough for that," Terrace said. "We've begun digging in one to get back down to the city, but the air up here is poor. It's slow going. How did you even find one? Let alone us. You can thank the bolts for that." "The bolts? They're with us." "I am glad to hear that, because this was only a small group of them. They were left behind coming back from a trip to the Elfine realm." "That's true," Corinne said. "I remember Price going with them that day." She stopped herself when a thought occurred to her. "Which means that Price is no longer with us, is he?" Nadia shook her head. "Nor is this Wraith, I'm afraid." She indicated the other dead body behind her, and the living Wraiths had to step sideways to see under the boulder's outcrop. "I can't identify him," Nadia added. "He's been dead a while." "Must be Kearney," another Wraith said. "He went missing not long after we woke up here." "Woke up?" "None of us remember anything. We were all in the cube and then nothing," Terrace explained, his eyes on the dead Wraith. "Then we woke up here. We have no idea what's going on, but my guess is you two do. But first, let's tend to shield Kearney's body. Then we'll return to the others." Nadia sighed on the inside, feeling elation and relief at the news that there were others. "Of course, Spectre." She stepped aside. "It's Blade now," he said, and pointed out two Wraiths before indicating the body. They stepped closer to the dead, taking out their phoenix dust, ready to cremate him. Nadia nodded and said nothing. It seemed there were changes all around if Terrace was now the leader of all the Wraiths. "What is that?" Harmiston said, and stopped, his voice tinged with excitement despite the constant reminders of destruction around them. Dawn had broken, bringing light with it. The Wraiths looked out across the valley below and saw the gush of silvery lights down there. It exploded from the ground and then floated in the air before vanishing. Other jets of the same color burst out nearby. "Looks like a chain reaction," Harmiston added. "They occur all over the place. Many at once," Corinne said, seeming bored. She'd likely seen it hundreds of times over the last weeks. "And at the danger of repeating myself," Harmiston said again when they walked around a tall outcrop of rock which hindered their view for a moment. "What is that?" Far down in the valley, pressed against the hillside, stood several structures that had jagged tops, like they'd been broken down. "Buildings?" Nadia uttered. "The remnants of a city," Corinne confirmed. "This is the one nearest the gate. One can assume they guarded the access to what is now the Shade. The gateways." Nadia and Harmiston nodded. Every schoolchild in Agartha learned how the Shade had come about after the city had been built down there. "Why isn't your camp there? Surely you'd have some shelter," Harmiston asked her. "Those buildings are unstable and pieces fall off them all the time. There's no safe shelter to be had." "What are those rings?" Nadia saw several of them in the ground inside each other, though not quite concentrically. They became smaller and smaller, centering on a few buildings in the innermost circle. Something powerful must have caused them to burrow into the ground like that, and still remain to this day. "We believe those are the remnants of the magical protections," Corinne explained. "So they kept domes of magic over the cities?" Nadia frowned. "They tried living here before going under the ground? That must have taken a lot of magic. Which is why only a few cities have these scars around them." Corinne gave a slight shrug and walked on. They all followed her. Nadia shook her head and focused on their predicament. "What happened to Bladesarker?" she asked Terrace while they walked. They were heading up a hill close to where they'd met the Wraiths. Just like Nadia had figured out, making camp was best done at high altitudes. She kept her mask off and had fastened it to her belt. The air was getting easier to breathe. Whatever gases that poisoned the air, they were heavy and mostly in the lowlands, not that the air up high felt fresh. "He died 3 days after we came here. Some bolts got caught below a rock slide. He got one out, but couldn't save the last. There was another rock slide. They both died." "I'm sorry to hear that," Nadia said. She'd barely ever spoken to the man, and he wasn't as available as the Spectres, but he had been a respected leader. His death was an honorable one. "So it was," Terrace said. "How have you survived here?" she went on. She had told them all what had happened down in the city during and since the attack. It had taken up most of the time they'd spent on the initial ascent. Now, they were following along at the same height to find the Wraith camp. "This land is poisonous." "It is, but there is life. Water must be fetched from up high. That's where it's cleanest." "Still tastes like metal," one of the shields said. "And food?" Harmiston asked. "There are 2 types of berries here. One is lethal, the other surprisingly edible." "Makes sense," Harmiston said. "The lethal one survives by not spreading its seeds far, while the other relies on animals and birds, if there are any, to do that job for them." "He hasn't changed much," Terrace mumbled. Nadia suppressed another smile. They hadn't seen Harmiston's attack on the hybrids and had no idea. "There are some ugly-looking fox-like creatures here, too," Terrace went on. "They taste remarkably good, and there are birds." Nadia saw the grimace of disgust on Harmiston's face at the realization of what animal the Wraiths had been feeding on. "Why are you here?" Nadia asked. "I couldn't understand why you weren't all killed, like most of the police were." I understand why they didn't kill the queen. They wanted her as a puppet. Many of the ghosts were outright slaughtered, though. The ghosts are gone? No, there are many left, thankfully. I'm the only recent addition to the guard. Terrace frowned at that. Yes. Well, I suppose the ghosts have different rules than us. They do, Nadia said, and left it at that. She wasn't here to argue the ridiculous differences in demands of the wraiths and the ghosts. But the ghosts were always fewer than the wraiths. The queen tasked me with finding you. From what we can tell, Terrace began, and then cleared his throat. The air was hostile, and worse on those who'd been here so long. Nadia heard them all do it from time to time. We were put here as prey. These hybrids. We didn't know there were so many of them. They come here to hunt us. It's a sport for them. A few of us, like Shield Kearney, died in the beginning. We weren't prepared for them. Now that we are, we never leave in groups of less than 8. Their strength is nearly overpowering, but they are not undefeatable. No, they are not. Nadia met Harmiston's eyes and saw the concern there. He was still struggling to figure out his bomb, but she was sure he could do it. The answer simply needed to come to him. It's a sport to them. A game of which of them is the strongest, it seems. They appear quite fanatical in who they have become. So you are Kassemyr's gift to them. The blood they have to prove themselves to get. And in doing so, they don't grow tired and restless in the city. Just so. Nadia nodded. It was dreary news. The wraiths had been reduced to food instead of being killed outright. If any of them survived up here for long, it wouldn't be for years. It was too harsh an environment. It was a death sentence either way. A bright geyser sprouted from the ground 50 meters to their left, a crack sounding at the explosion. Nadia and Harm whirled around, more alarmed than the others. "Put on your mask," Corinne told her, voice raised. The sound of a wraith yelling caught her attention at once, and she did as told without thinking. Breathing came easier again, and she noticed the other wraiths watching her. More bursts from the ground erupted, and flakes of ashes floated down around them. "Do you feel all right?" Terrace asked her. Harmiston stepped closer. "Why shouldn't she?" "We don't know what that is," Terrace said, "but it has some silver qualities. It harms the half-breed wears among us." "It does?" Harmiston's eyebrows went up, and he turned to watch the eruptions from the ground. "We should step back some," Corinne said, and they all did, all except Harmiston. "You mean there's silver causing that effect?" "I don't know, Chronicler," the shield answered him. "All I know is that when it starts, it continues like when it first hits the air. It carries on exploding." Harmiston looked back at Nadia, but she couldn't decipher whatever his mind was processing now. What she could understand was the wraith's reaction when he faced the eruptions again and raised his hands. Something black flew from them, shimmering and pulsating. It hovered above the ground at the height of his shoulders and simply floated into the nearest geyser of what looked like water and silver bursting from the ground. "What is this?" Terrace asked, sounding impressively neutral despite the shock he had to be sharing with the other wraiths. The black-colored magic turned into a small cube and floated back. Something shimmered inside it, something silvery. Nadia realized Harmiston had taken a sample of whatever this unstable matter was, and if he did, he saw potential here. She smiled behind her mask. "He's not quite unchanged," she told Terrace, and turned with a nod in the direction they'd been walking. "Should we move on?" she asked, and saw them all lower their weapons before Harmiston turned back, unaware of the threat. He seemed engrossed in the cube, which he now held in his hands. His lack of fear made it clear the dangerous substance was contained. "You're a mage now?" Terrace asked when they began walking again. "Never really was," Harmiston said. I should be in the spellbound halls, yes, I know." He waved that off as inconsequential. "But now we're here. Let's focus on that." I see many roles have changed. Terrace gave Nadia's outfit a pointed glance. Seems we all have purposes to fulfill, Blade. He nodded and led the way back to the camp. They passed hidden and obvious groups of guards, but about half an hour later, Nadia laid eyes on the ones she'd been tasked with finding. Shields, shadows, specters, and bolts. Many more of them alive than dead. They were worn down and exposed, with no roof over their heads, spread out on a flat, relatively pebble-free area, but they were alive. And living wraiths could tip scales. Chapter 10. Murmured voices reached Nadia from the kitchen, where she lay comfortably in bed. She stared up at the ceiling and saw nothing special there, but felt the few hours of rest had done her good. The scent of soap was strong on both her and Harmiston, who slept soundly next to her, one arm slung over her, his chin resting atop her head. He was warm and relaxed, and she was thankful they hadn't had to stay for long on the surface like the Wraiths had. After gathering everyone in the camp, Terrace had wasted no time, and they'd made their way back toward the main gate and the entrance to the airwell she and Harmiston had come through. The descent had been long and arduous and warmer than the ascent, with so many people breathing the same air. They had persevered, though, and made their way down to the city, avoiding any encounters with more hybrids. The last shadows to leave the surface had reported 4 of them coming through the main gate, likely to search for the ones who had not come back. They would find them dead, but hopefully not catch on to the mass escape of wraiths down to the city. Nadia stretched and gave a contented sigh. The wraiths had gone to Stonewater Mansion to join the bolts already there. The last Nadia had seen of the place was rooms overrun with dark-clad people, and Victoria's mixed grimace of joy and confusion at how to house them all. But they would figure it out. The wraiths weren't ones to complain, and they didn't need much space, at least for a while yet. Nadia herself had not stayed. She wasn't supposed to. Instead, she'd returned to the ghosts with Harmiston. The upside had been that the shower was available. She could only imagine the queue at Stonewater. It was likely still going. But a shower and sleep in a proper bed had done wonders for her tired body. She glanced at the bedside table and smiled a little. The empty packs that had contained their sandwiches lay there. She and Harmiston had wolfed them down before falling promptly asleep a few hours ago. Nadia turned her head and looked at him. His handsome face was relaxed, his eyelids fluttering while he dreamed. She brushed her fingers back and forth along his forearm and turned her focus on the door when a knock came and it opened. "Nadia? Are you awake?" "Oh, good," Victoria almost whispered, and came into the room before she closed the door behind her and leaned against it. With simple dark pants and a gray shirt, she didn't stand out as a member of the court, and would be less likely to draw attention from any of Kassemyr's guards out in the streets. "There's a problem with the ghosts and the wraiths." Harmiston stirred next to Nadia, and there came another knock on the door. "What's happening?" he mumbled, drunk with sleep. Victoria stepped aside as Carrie peeked inside, and then did like her and came all the way in. "Hope you're rested from your trip, Sentinel." "Why?" No, Harmiston protested, shaking the sleep off. "That's not the correct why in this situation. It's why are there so many people in my bedroom? We're planning to act in 2 days, but the wraiths want at least 4 to do their own reconnaissance and regroup. They wish to find a new hideout. It's a little cramped, sure." Carrie looked around the bedroom. "But that's the case for us all. Some of us sleep under the open sky." "What?" Harmiston blurted. "Why?" Carrie stopped himself from saying something else. "To keep guard," he said, like that should be obvious to an outsider. "You too?" Harmiston asked Nadia. "When I'm on guard duty, yes." The ghosts had many places to sleep these days, most of them small and dingy, but fairly safe at least. "I don't see what I can do with your issue here, Carrie. I was tasked with finding them, not controlling them. Where's Marika? Shouldn't she handle this? She's out on a special mission, which means I'm on this, and I'm delegating. Nadia sighed and sat up. Fine, give me 5 minutes. I'm warning you, Nadia told Carrie while they snuck up to the back entrance of Stonewater Mansion. They had already been spotted by Wraith guards who were hidden from view. She knew that well enough and assumed Carrie to as well, but their blue clothes and familiar faces, at least hers, meant they met no resistance when entering the house. The moment they walked inside, a murmur of voices met them, as well as the soft rustle of clothes and feet on the floor. With hundreds of wraiths in the house, all of them minding to not be seen from the windows, it had become crowded in Count Elisatra's home. Nadia, a familiar voice sounded, and she knew it was Atherton before he appeared among the wraiths swarming the back of the house. They went back and forth with food, or talked to each other in groups. Atherton reached her, looking better than he must have yesterday. Like most of the wraiths around, he'd gotten a shower and had scraped most of the grime off his clothes. Nadia had been lucky enough to use the washing machine at Harmiston's, and by the time she woke up, her clothes had been dry. This meant that she and Carrie were cleaner and crisper than anyone around them, and they stuck out like sore thumbs in their non-wraith attire. I didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, Atherton said. I made up the rear guard when we went back. Nadia nodded. It's good to see you alive and well, Atherton, she said, and meant it. He might have had a hand in her dismissal from the wraiths, but she held no hard feelings now. Her life had changed so much in the intervening time, and though she wasn't sure it was for the best, it hadn't gotten worse. Except for the loss of Nilafar. This is Sentinel Carrie, she said, indicating her fellow ghost. Carrie, meet Shadow Atherton. They greeted each other with quick nods. We need to talk to Spectre. I mean the Blade. Last I saw him, he was in the foyer, Atherton said. Nadia turned to leave, but he stopped her. Hey, I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't know they would kick you out for that. Holding back information shouldn't have caused such repercussions. She could see genuine regret in his eyes, which he was trying to hide, like a true wraith. Depends on what information one hides, Nadia said, and found her way to the overcrowded foyer, which now seemed to function as a substitute for the common rooms in the cube. Wraiths stood and mingled everywhere, and there was only a narrow pathway up the stairs past seated people. Terrace was busy taking stock of the situation with his specters when Nadia and Carrie approached, and from what Carrie had told her earlier, she wasn't surprised at his reaction. I don't see why you bringing a former wraith is supposed to change our minds, Sentinel, he told Carrie. We have a plan. That plan hinges on the wraiths' participation. A plan that relies on luck, and a chronicler who taught himself magic while no one was looking. Forgive us for wanting to take proper stock of the situation. Told you, Nadia said to Carrie. To do that, you need to establish contact with our base. We need to be talking together at least, Carrie argued. We've always done without your input. All right, you need to stop this right away, Nadia said. She was still a little tired and didn't want to stand surrounded by her former fellow wraiths. She could understand their lack of trust. They'd trusted her on the surface, sure, because they'd all been striving to escape that place. But here, down in the city proper, the situation was more confusing and chaotic. They'd missed out on over a month of Kassemyr's reign, suffering their own tormented version of it elsewhere. You can't go back to how things were, she told Terrace. You're not in the cube and we're not in the palace. We? Terrace raised an eyebrow. Yes, we. You dismissed me, and the Queen and Phantom offered me something else. It is done. We don't have time for that either. And you, she hurried to add before Carrie could interrupt, need to give them some time. Not 4 days, mind you. She gave Terrace a pointed look. But a few hours. Those hours are best spent listening to the ghosts. Our goal is the same, but we need you. A buzz sounded behind Nadia, and she noticed Terrace's attention move away from her before she turned herself. A figure had entered the room, a woman if Nadia were to judge by build. She wore a beige long coat with a wide hood that covered her face but allowed her to see. She was flanked on all sides by 4 people who, despite their light gray and brown clothing, left no doubt of who they were. Ghosts. Disguised but armed and carrying themselves with self-assurance only seen in the cube or the royal palace, at normal times at least. Nadia and Carrie, of course, recognized the 4, including Marika, who stood next to the cloaked woman. Special mission indeed. You should listen to her. Nadia lowered her brows. She recognized the voice before the face of Queen Isona appeared as the woman pulled her hood back. Her long hair had been fastened above her neck in a tight knot, and she wore simple clothes underneath the coat. Like Victoria, she didn't want to draw attention outside. Coming here was a risk in itself. "Ma'am," Terrace said, and every wraith stopped talking. None of them bowed. No wraith or ghost ever did. They were below her in rank, but were never treated as underlings. No regent could afford that. They had learned early on to always have both guards on their side. "It's good to see you're safe," the blade wraith told the queen. Isona smiled, but it was strained despite its genuine nature. "I'm glad to see all of you are too." She sought Nadia in the crowd. "You did well, Sentinel. Thank you." Then she addressed everyone. "Where is Blade Sarker?" "Dead, ma'am," Terrace said. "I'm the new Blade, Terrace." "You've been chosen, then?" The surrounding specters nodded. "Very well, but not by me." She smiled wider, but there was a certain twist to it now. Nadia had learned early on not to underestimate this woman. She was perceptive, shrewd, and kind. "I have no wish to meddle in Wraith business, though," she went on. "But we need your help now. Sentinel Nadia is right. You can no longer separate like you normally do. Right now we have to face the greatest threat Agartha has seen in centuries. And that chronicler, by the way, has managed what none of us could in a short time. We will use poison and hope the hybrids are subdued long enough for us to end them." Nadia took a step back and looked at Carrie, who nodded. She wasn't needed with the queen speaking his case better than anyone. Besides, her secrets were no longer that. Soon enough, the wraiths would hear about her child, and then who the father was. That would cause more upset than anything. Nadia was glad to leave that with the queen and whichever liaisons she chose to handle communication with the wraiths. Nadia shared a quick nod with Marika and then headed out. It was daylight outside, the sky above showing no hint of the thick layer of clouds Nadia had witnessed a day ago. She hurried to make her way back to Harmiston's apartment, avoiding guards and people alike. It had become second nature by now to sneak past houses and high-rises and make use of every shadow and feature on street level to hide. She made sure not to be followed and was recognized by sight by the ghosts, who watched that apartment day and night. She was due for guard duty herself tomorrow. For the moment, though, she went inside and entered the apartment, only to see a group of ghosts draw their swords at the sound of a loud bang when she closed the door behind her with a soft click. "I am so stupid," came Harmiston's voice from further inside. Nadia shared a confused look with the other ghosts. "So stupid." A second later, Victoria appeared. "I think you need to see this, guys," she said, and then smiled at Nadia when she noticed her. "You too." They all followed her through to the neighboring apartment and into Harmiston's makeshift lab. He was walking around the bomb, which was still empty, running his hands through his hair, making it stand on end. "Harm?" Nadia said. He glanced up at her and grinned. "I can't believe how stupid I was." "You look like that is a good thing for some reason." "It is, and it's extremely embarrassing. Children learn this for crying out loud." "Earthside children," Victoria pointed out. Harmiston stopped by the work table and picked up a thin book, which he waved around. It was all in here. And up there," he added and pointed upward. Nadia assumed him not to mean the apartment above his, but the surface. She also recognized the book. "That's the science book you found in Fallen Oaks, in the school." "It is," he said, and then seemed to recognize the blank stares of his audience, which included one excited Victoria who was in on it, and 11 ignorant ghosts. "It's magnesium and silver nitrate, people." "All right?" Nadia looked around to see if she was the only one who wasn't catching on. She was not. "They learn this. Teenagers. Listen, guys." He stepped back over to the bomb. "When magnesium and silver nitrate react with water," he flicked his hands out like it was the simplest solution, almost hitting the side of the bomb's tank with the book, "it causes an explosive result. Bang!" he yelled. "You heard it right?" They all nodded. "It's potent stuff, and it contains silver." Nadia frowned. "You mean those eruptions on the surface contained that?" "Yes. I believe they occur when these substances meet under the ground up there. Don't ask me how. That little pig-like dog makes even less sense to me, but it's extremely potent. The bang you heard right now was the small sample I took. It's harmless unless it goes off in your face, but with enough of it in here." He pointed at the tank. "You just said it was highly volatile," one of the ghosts said. "Incredibly explosive," another added. Nadia nodded. "How will that work? It sounds like we'll blow ourselves up." "You forget," Harmiston said, "that the bomb is designed for this, to control the poisons it's supposed to spread. That's how it was kept within the confines of the 2 buildings despite open windows and the like." "Well, that's true. And the silver will?" "End them." Harmiston shook his head and smiled down at the book. "I can't believe it was right there all along. In a book for kids. I need to start studying science. Think of what can be done if we combine it with—" A smacking sound from the window stopped him talking, and everyone else from breathing. A small clay ball was stuck to the outside of the glass pane. It was a sign from the guards. "Someone's coming," Nadia said. Harmiston nodded and threw the book on the table, his exuberant enthusiasm gone in an instant. Instead, he conjured up his protective shield, placing the sigils in the right order, before he let it expand and cover the entire apartment. 10 seconds later, a knock sounded. Nadia felt her pulse increase and forced herself to calm down. Harmiston walked past them, and with a quick nod, he went into his kitchen and sealed the magical opening between the 2 apartments. As long as no one in there spoke, whoever it was wouldn't hear them. Nadia pushed past the other ghosts and put her ear against the wall. She heard a female voice inquire if Harmiston was who her papers said lived there. "Yes," he confirmed. "You seem nervous," the woman said. "I can hear your heart beating fast." "That's an equally normal reaction to being faced with a Z-bear waving its pointed tusks at you." "A what?" the woman asked. "My point is," Harmiston went on, "I usually don't get werewolves knocking on my door." Nadia felt anger rise. She'd grown up in Calmont Hollow her first 12 years, and though she didn't recognize the were's voice, the odds were good that she knew her family. "I come from the Blood Donor Initiative," the werewolf told Harmiston. She sounded bored, like she'd done this hundreds of times by now. "This building is on our list for tomorrow. This means you'll show up over on the main square at 9 o'clock. I'm sure you know what happens if you don't. Got it?" "Yes, got it," Harmiston said, his voice sounding strained before he closed the door behind her. They waited all of 30 minutes before anyone said a word. Harmiston kept the shield up for longer than that after he re-entered the crowded apartment. "That will not happen." Nadia was the first to break the silence after they had all waited, standing around in that room. "But the plan," Harmiston said. "We need time." "We have until they want to haul you away to drain your blood. Tell us what to do to speed things up. What do you need?" Harmiston looked around with a frown. "Hey," one of the ghosts said. I'm not saying I've gotten used to all the talking or anything, but we need you to set off that bomb." "All right," Harmiston said. "I would need those ingredients. Magnesium and silver nitrate. Lots. Separately, mind you." He looked at Nadia then. "And lots of gas masks, even for those of us who can stand silver. It will burn anyone's throat." He nodded to himself. "Yes, noble bodyguards. I think we better stoop to stealing some more." "And maybe alert the Queen," Nadia added, knowing the Wraiths would not be happy about the new and sudden change of the timeline. Chapter 11. "I suppose your list for recipients of monetary reimbursements from the royal purse for goods expropriated by the ghosts has gotten a lot longer," Harmiston said. Nadia didn't draw her attention away from keeping watch, but she smiled at him. "That's a mouthful." "I think all we do gets more complicated." Harmiston looked over at the palace which loomed in the distance of the dark night. Over half the lights in there weren't on. There weren't enough people living in there at the moment, and those who did had excellent night vision. Harmiston's attention was on something other than the inside of the palace at the moment, though. He couldn't see the other side, the forecourt and the main entrance, where 2 trucks were pulling up, filled with the day's blood donors. "I see the guilt on your face," she told Harmiston. She knew he didn't want to be there, but he didn't seem to signal any sign of relief at being forced to do this instead. "And I see the anger on yours." He had her there. It was a chore sometimes not being the one in charge, and once all the ghosts had been alerted to the new plan, they had decided to use the blood drive as a diversion when infiltrating the palace. Harmiston was right. It didn't sit well with Nadia, to the point that she'd wanted to raise her voice when she'd been told about it. It wasn't any easier to do nothing about it now than it had been when Carrie and the other ghosts had ordered her to stand back when they'd seen the donors being led inside Nightworth a few weeks back. "Where are they?" Harmiston said and looked everywhere. "All around you, Harm. If you don't see them, then that's a good thing." He snorted, but the corner of his mouth refused to stay down. The ghosts were there to go inside with Harmiston and the bomb. They had spread out to scout the area and assess any nearby threats. Nadia and Harmiston waited just outside the palace garden, gas masks fastened to their belts, the bomb placed under a blanket there on the ground. Several containers stood lined up next to his feet, a few full of gas masks, the rest containing the materials he needed for his toxic concoction. Toxic for werewolves and vampires, at least. The ghosts had swept through the city last night, acquiring the materials from every chemist, apothecary, and witch's shop that carried any of it. The only good thing about there not being a functioning police force in Agartha these days was that there was nowhere to report the thefts. Even Kassemyr's people would figure out something was amiss when so much silver nitrate had gone missing in such a short time, but it was unlikely that any citizen would report thefts to the hybrids. "Are you sure about this?" she asked him. He had been a body of stiff and sore muscles after their crawl to the surface, but seemed better now after some rest and food. He wore unassuming gray clothes, and his blonde hair was combed down and tidy. "I honestly think I'd be safer volunteering my blood," he said with a lopsided smile. "And I wish I'd had some time to test this thing." He touched the empty bomb with the toe of his boot. "But yes, I'm sure." He frowned when he looked her in the eyes. "How do you do this, Nadia?" "Depends on what you're alluding to." He sighed. "Going into a situation all the time where you don't know if you, or the people you know and care about, will come back alive." She thought about it for a moment. It wasn't something she reflected much upon anymore. "When we were bolts, we were told that we might not come back from an assignment. At some point, that is usually the case for all of us. One case will be the last, often when you least expect it." "Sounds like a cheerful thing to tell children." Nadia smiled. "It's about the cause. Are you willing to sacrifice for it? Are you happy if everyone else is safe because you did what you had to? I'm not sure it will be worth it if you don't come back safe, Harmiston said without thinking. Nadia was about to expound further but stopped herself. Likewise, she uttered and pressed her lips together, thinking it through and noticing the approaching footsteps of someone who wanted to be heard by her. But it will be worth it to so many others. That would make me content. I suppose you're right. That is something. Hey, Aide said from behind them, walking fast. It's now or never. Harmiston glanced at the bomb and containers. Where's the rest? 30 seconds out, Aide said, and picked up a container of the crystal matter that was the silver nitrate. Even with the 6 people needed to carry the clunky bomb, it would take them 2 minutes to cross the garden at the straightest path to one of the back entrances. Harmiston could shield them all from being heard, but not seen. Aide was true to her word. Half a minute later, 15 ghosts plus Nadia and Harmiston were ready to go inside. A few more would do their part to stop anyone from following them. They had neutralized every werewolf guard they had come across on this side of the palace. From what they could see, no one kept watch from the windows within. There usually were some who did, but the blood donors on the other side of the building drew their bloodthirsty attention. It's now or never, Carrie said, taking the lead with a large container of water under one arm, his sword drawn and ready in the other. With Marika in an undisclosed place guarding the queen, he was in charge. They scrambled across the garden with all the equipment, the first ghosts cutting through hedges to get there fast enough. This was not a mission where they banked on not being discovered. They all knew they would. It was all about getting far enough before that happened. Nadia was set to guard Harmiston. He was the one who knew how to operate the bomb, and Carrie figured she was more than interested in keeping him alive, so she stayed close to him the whole way. Harmiston made short use of the lock on the door they wanted to enter through. The lock melted under the magic force Harmiston hit it with, and it opened without a sound. From there, it was all about being silent and navigating the many halls and corridors. They soon came upon a set of back stairs. Tunnels are down there, Barkin said. Out of all of them, he knew them best, having been down there the most. Let's hope we won't need them. They all hurried up the stairs, the ones carrying the bomb contraption a bit slower. It was heavy work maneuvering the thing. Taking the tunnels would increase their chance of being caught too early. Kassemyr and his hybrids used them frequently for moving around unseen by citizens, and that meant a large group like the ghosts were now would easily be spotted. They had therefore set their sight higher. Literally. The halls and corridors were empty of hybrids or other beasts. It was a hard blow for Nadia to know that at this very moment, innocent Agarthans were forcibly fed on somewhere else in the palace. She suspected one of the reasons the Wraiths hadn't been part of this was because the ghosts had learned from her reactions at Nightworth. It truly was the Wraiths' duty to guard the shade and protect Agarthans from such horrors. Likely, the ghosts had not trusted the Wraiths to stay on track, which was underestimating them, in Nadia's opinion. The Wraiths were nothing if not thorough when completing a task. We're approaching the spellbound halls, Aide announced a few minutes later. There should be no hybrids here. Let's hope they'll let us pass through their barrier, Carrie commented. They were all headed for the great hall where the throne had once been. The ghosts had been spying for weeks, gathering intel, and the surviving donors had been a good source of information. Kassemyr used the hall frequently. It was large and centrally placed inside the palace, a good place to rule from. But he'd had the throne itself thrown out. If they could place the bomb near that room, the poisons would hopefully work faster. It was all a guessing game at this point. The unknown physiology of the hybrids made it hard to predict anything. They entered the long corridor that passed the spellbound halls at as much of a jog as the heavy bomb would allow. It's still there, Harmiston said, eyes narrowed, staring ahead at something unseen. The barrier? Nadia asked him, and he nodded. Then we need to ask the city mages for a favor, Carrie said. The mages were notoriously neutral, though. Their one duty was to keep the city going, and they lived in the spellbound halls and seldom left them. The ghost spies could report that since Kassemyr took over, the mages had never left the palace. They had stopped Kassemyr's chase and attack on the queen, ghosts, and courtiers when they'd fled the castle, but that was it. Now, though, the ghosts needed back in. They didn't need to knock on one of the glass doors. It opened and a few mages stepped out, including Suchin, who had spoken for them the last time they were there. Her dark hair was pulled back into a tight braid, the gray streaks prominent. Like all of them, she appeared tired despite looking healthy. "Ghosts," she greeted them with a neutral, weary expression. "Mages," Carrie said. "We're in a hurry, so we ask of you to lower your barrier so we can pass through." Suchin and the mages eyed the covered bomb and then looked back at Carrie. "A counterattack?" Carrie frowned. How would they know what it was? "Care to share your knowledge?" he simply asked. "Yes." "Wait, yes?" Harmiston blurted. "You are secretive by default. Why yes?" "Because our duty is to keep the city going, but it won't last long if the current ruler eats the citizens," a younger mage by Suchin's side said. The older mage gave him a silent warning, but didn't correct his statement. "We can see most things that happen in here if we wish. The attack, though, we didn't see that. Never suspected something like that could happen. But we saw the devices used later." "You mean like scrying?" Harmiston asked. "Yes." "Well, will you lower the barrier then?" Nadia asked. "Yes, Sentinel. Who was a Wraith last time? And you a chronicler?" she added to Harmiston. He said. "A lot has changed since then," Nadia said. "It certainly has. We will help you. You too, chronicler." Suchin smiled then and called for another mage to come closer, a young woman. "Take over chronicler's protective shield." "Huh?" Harmiston looked startled, eyes wide and looking back and forth between the mages. But of course they sensed his protective shield. "Never heard him become so taciturn," Barkin said, sounding amused. The young mage produced a shield similar to Harmiston's, which covered them all. "It will have the same effect, and I'll keep it over the group. Then you can focus only on your task." "Now," Suchin went on before Harmiston could argue, "you have the sigils for the device? We assume it's needed to control the emission from it, to spread the poisons in a controlled manner?" Harmiston looked like he was about to suffer from a severe jaw drop. Then he cleared his throat and nodded, seeing the futility of spending time questioning how the mages knew. They were willing to help more than anyone had expected, and it would be stupid to not take advantage. Harmiston conjured a blue dome of shimmering blue lights. It hovered above them all, the sigils as unreadable to Nadia as they'd been when she saw them in Stonewater Mansion. Harmiston must have been practicing then. The sigils were, however, not unreadable to those who mattered in this case. "I see," Suchin said, peering up at the magic. She stepped forward and nodded at Harmiston. "This will work, but you'll find it hard. Who created this?" "A witch called Lyra. She worked for Kassemyr." Suchin pursed her lips sideways a moment, but then seemed content. "This explains a lot. She didn't quite master it, but close. Move this one here and the other one below it, and then you will find it much more manageable." Nadia stared in ignorance, as did the other ghosts when Harmiston waved one hand and two sigils, swirly in form and glowing white in the blue magical force, changed places, just like Suchin said. "Oh yes," Harmiston said with a smile. "I see it now. That is better." "Good luck," Suchin said, and indicated they could move forward. Carrie gave her a quick nod of thanks, and then led the way, stepping past the point of the barrier and into the part of the corridor covered with pieces of silver debris that had burrowed into the stone walls after Nadia threw her silver grenade when they escaped weeks before. At least they cleaned up the body parts, Harmiston muttered, and she saw him cast a curious glance back toward the mages before they left that hallway. The rest of the way passed by in a blur. Everyone was all attentive and made no sound. Suchin kept her promise there, and no one saw any hybrids. They hurried through more corridors and halls, and only when they reached the glimmering parlors did they slow down somewhat. They were close now. Carrie called 2 ghosts forward and sent them out to spy, while everyone took a narrow set of stairs up 1 floor. They would not enter the throne room. Instead, they followed backways used by servants to move around quietly and unseen. It led them to the gallery, which covered 3 of the throne room's walls. Above the gallery was a viewing room. It was where Nadia and Harmiston had first spied on the unconscious courtiers after the attack. It was in there that they'd set off the bomb. The 2 spies reached them before they maneuvered the bomb that far. "They're in the throne room," one of them said, a grimace of disgust on his face. "Feeding." What was there to say to that? Carrie gave a curt nod and they moved on. By sheer happenstance, Nadia was the first who rounded the last corner before the stairs to the upper gallery when she spotted a familiar figure walking down the hallway they were about to enter. Darrow. She'd recognize his human form anywhere. She noticed a halting movement to him right as she backed up, slamming her right arm across Carrie's chest to prevent him from stepping into view. Nadia knew Darrow had noticed her movement, but he had not heard any of the others. She didn't have time for lengthy explanations. She met Carrie's eyes and nodded sideways toward the corner, then pointed a thumb at herself. Seeing his nod, she ran forward and around the corner before anyone, especially Harmiston, would begin asking questions. The first thing she noticed when rounding that corner was that she'd been right. Darrow had backed up, glancing down the corridor she was in, a puzzled frown on his face. At the sight of Nadia, his dark eyes widened. Nadia feigned surprise and instantly changed course, running toward him at an angle, aiming for the part of the opening into the hallway where he wasn't. Simple as that. Despite being hard to kill and deceptively fast, her appearance inside the palace had him stumped. She reached the hallway and took a hard turn to the right, running in the direction he'd already come from. He must have been heading toward the main doors of the throne room. "Nadia?" he uttered. She threw a glance over her shoulder but kept on running. She needed him to follow her and not look where she'd come from. Why was he even there? He should have been in the throne room feeding on innocent people. For the first time in her life, she felt relief at the sound of a hybrid's soft footfalls in pursuit of her. All she needed to do was clear the hallway, lead him away, and then Harmiston and the ghosts could reach the upper gallery unseen. That was all that mattered. She felt Darrow's threatening presence too close. Just a few more steps and she could slip through a door and into another hallway. Hybrids could do many things, but they couldn't see through walls. She felt the air brush against her neck. He must have swiped at her. She wouldn't reach the door. Instead, she drew her silver knife, stepped sideways, and bent, slashing her knife back, hoping to slice at his legs. Darrow was too fast. By the time her knife slid through the air where he'd been, he'd already jumped in a forward flip, landing so gracefully it made even a former Wraith jealous. Nadia didn't stand around launching another attack. The split second where he landed was all she got, and she slipped around him, struck at his side, and hit his upper arm instead. He didn't even let out a hiss at the silver cutting into his skin. He caught Nadia's arm at the last second, but she was already on her way around the last corner. With all her might, she pushed on. It seemed she was trying to flee, which anyone would, but when Darrow was finally around the corner too, not quite able to hold her back, the elevation she felt was stronger than her sense of fear. She hadn't lied to Harmiston earlier. Knowing they would succeed, that they would be safe and unseen for even a few more minutes, was all she wanted at that moment, despite what happened to herself. "What are you doing here?" Darrow hissed, his preternaturally enhanced beauty marred with a snarl of anger at her presence. Nadia forced a smile, despite his strength holding her back with one simple grip around her wrist now that he'd gotten his balance back. "Spying," she said. "Spying? Wraiths kill. They don't spy." He stopped himself and took in her clothes, blue on blue. "I forgot. You're not a Wraith anymore." "Thanks to you. You got me kicked out." Darrow grinned. "I did, didn't I?" Nadia, who still had her silver-bladed knife in her free hand, slashed it at his face, but he bent his upper body back so fast she didn't stand a chance. While straightening up, equally fast, he sent his flat hand at her chest, pushing her back. His strength had her hit the floor several meters back. Nadia grunted at the impact, but her wolf half took it. "What's a tiny blade like that going to do to me?" he snarled at her, walking closer. "It was a gift from your mother," Nadia said, rolling over, exposing her back to him, and pulling on her gloves unseen. "I always wondered if it was meant for killing you." "Bringing her up won't unsettle me," Darrow said, and grabbed the back of Nadia's coat and hauled her on her feet. Nadia reached into her pouch of phoenix dust, and as he forced her around, she threw it at his face. It stung his eyes and his grip slackened. Nadia pounced and was on him, her silver chain uncoiling, snaring around his neck. "Her name doesn't need to," she rasped, focused on her one chance. "I will." Darrow stumbled backward and fell with Nadia over him. He gasped and then wheezed when she tightened the silver chain. It was a sound reminiscent of the screech of the vampires, but he didn't change forms. Most hybrids would have done so already. Nadia rammed one knee into his side and she saw his eyes widen in pain. But unsettling him would only last so long. She gripped the chain with one gloved hand and raised her silver knife with the other. Darrow caught up and began trying to shake her off. He grabbed the wrist of her knife arm, forcing the blade away from his chest. She hit his throat then, not deep, yanking at the chain in the process, the pain of the impact reverberating up her arm. The skin on Darrow's throat blistered red from the silver, and his face turned red from the strain. For a moment, Nadia thought she might have him. Unlike the other hybrids, he had always eluded her. She could see the features he'd passed on to their daughter even through the pained grimaces on his face now. He had not always been like this. But the thought of her child who was now living in hiding because of this monster who'd terrorized an entire city. Nadia bit her teeth together and held on, fighting the frenzied attempt to shake her off, to keep the silver knife at bay. She had him. She could rejoin the others. They were so close. A strike to her side sent pain smashing through her, and she flew sideways. She lost her grip on the silver chain, felt Darrow be yanked with her halfway in her fall, and then slammed into the cold, hard stone floor. She heard one step, then her head was pulled back by her hair before a cold, large hand found her throat and squeezed. Nadia wasn't prepared and didn't draw a desperate breath before her windpipe was closed off under that waxy, white, and chilly hand. Slowly, she was lifted from the floor, by her neck, until she was held up, face to face with a vampire. Unforgiving, ice-blue eyes void of empathy stared right at her. For a moment, she thought it was Darrow. But no, he couldn't have done this. He'd been weakened by her chain. She could hear him coughing somewhere behind this vamp, catching his breath in desperate gulps. "Nadia Navarra," the vamp rasped, and despite the differences between a human and vampiric voice, she recognized him. "Kassemyr," she mouthed more than gasped. "A thorn in my side," he said. "And a weakness in his," he added with half a glance over his shoulder before he stared her down again. Everything hurt. Her lungs, her throat, and her neck. She needed to breathe. Kassemyr smiled, his fangs in her face, drops of blood still on his lips. "Time to end that." Chapter 12. The floor below her blurred and came into focus repeatedly around Nadia. There were moments when Kassemyr moved, dragging her with him, still with his unforgiving hand clamping down on her throat, that she managed to get a little air in. It wasn't enough. A door was kicked open, and voices, laughter, and cries of pain and fright all died down. Nadia tried fighting, but her feet found no traction on the tiled floor where she was dragged. Orange, cream, and black-colored squares passed beneath her. Her mind was getting confused. She'd seen those before, hadn't she? "Here you are, gorging yourselves!" Kassemyr shouted, his voice clipped. Nadia felt the hand around her throat change, become smaller. Then she was dumped on the floor like garbage. Her body immediately took over, forcing air down in pained gasps. She reached for her throat. It hurt everywhere. She knew she needed to get up, but she couldn't, and instead curled up, trying to focus, to see. "And you didn't even hear the enemy right outside?" Kassemyr went on from somewhere above her. She heard another strained gasp and a suppressed grunt of pain. The room swam before her eyes and she shook her head, blinking hard to be able to see. When she managed to focus, still gaping like a fish and trying to gulp down air, she wished she could go back to almost passing out. Nadia was inside the throne room. She still had her weapons, but there was no point in using them. Also in the throne room were about 40 of the hybrids, and around 70 Agarthans who sat huddled in frightened groups or were in the clutches of the hybrids. The smell of blood was overpowering, so sickly and metallic. Nadia wasn't one to be squeamish in the presence of blood, but this situation was something else. She forced the rising fear away, calmed down, and tried to focus on the here and now. But the here and now was so horrible. She noted at least 6 bodies on the floor. She was sure 5 of them would never wake up again. The reports on the hybrids losing control were not unfounded. "You disgust me," Kassemyr said, and Nadia looked at him. He had shifted back into his human form and looked the epitome of a handsome man in a tailored suit. His chestnut hair lay perfectly combed back over his shoulders. "With all the power I have given you, you act like pests. Filth. You didn't even see that one of your own has fallen from my grace." Nadia blinked and then noticed her silver chain in his hand, his gloved hand. Nadia cursed her slow, oxygen-deprived mind. She needed to focus. How had she not seen Darrow first? He lay on the other side of Kassemyr, barely conscious, the chain still around his neck. He'd been dragged inside the throne room that way. 2 puncture wounds in his neck told her how. Kassemyr was an old vampire. He'd learned the trick of draining blood without puncturing the arteries. Blood trickled from the wounds, but she could see them healing already. Kassemyr's creatures were indeed powerful. He was right about that. "But Cass," one of the hybrids said, his lower face covered in blood. A man and a woman slumped down by his feet. Neither made a sound. They merely held each other's hands, waiting for him to finish them off or let them go. Nadia thought it looked like they lived in a stage of petrified uncertainty. "That's Darrow." "It is, you fool. And he did nothing to stop a ghost from entering my premises." "I did," Darrow wheezed from the floor. "You saw." He gritted his teeth together and slammed his hand on the floor, attempting to get up, but Kassemyr kicked him so hard he rolled over. Nadia saw the anger on Darrow's face when he managed to draw breath again. "I saw you fight her off. Not once did you try to kill her. She's a nuisance. This Wraith, or ghost, has done nothing but get in my way. She should have been killed a long time ago. By you. I don't want to hear any more excuses," Kassemyr bellowed. The anger on his face made his enhanced beauty look like a mask of snarling horror. "I don't care what secrets she's hiding. She is your weakness, and I loathe what you have become, Darrow. Prideful, treacherous, weak." "Hey," Nadia said, her throat hurting at every word, but she could talk. "You talk bravely for someone who needed to make his own monsters to protect him." Kassemyr was stumped for a moment. Then he looked down at her and smiled. That smile sent shivers of dread down her spine. Not that she'd let him know. Only the sun prevented me from killing you when you broke into my home and murdered all my new creatures. The Necros? Not your creatures. Oh, but they were. And so are these. He indicated the surrounding hybrids with a wave. I won't even stoop to killing you myself. I'll let one of them do the deed while Darrow here watches. Then I'll kill him. A few hybrids snickered at that. That was him insulting you, you fools, Nadia said. Oh, I'm not insulting them. They are my dearest creations, my proudest achievement. He's lying, Darrow croaked. He was rewarded with a painful yank of the chain, but he persisted. I was a test subject. He only did it because none of the vamps would follow him as a leader. You were too weak. Nadia didn't know what to think of this treatment of Darrow. The chain was causing his neck to bleed now, the silver burning his skin, tormenting him. They chose that no-brains Neris, and now they have seen what I can do. I saved them from a fate of servitude to a human queen. I made a new world here in Agartha for vampires. They never understood how powerful the other species are. Or maybe they did. We had to follow these humane rules, but it is our birth. Huh. He chuckled and shook his head with a smile. Our creation right to rule those lesser than us, those who are food. We, vampires, needed allies to do that, but those pesky werewolves would never agree. Except for the angered young ones, of course, those who long to be powerful. So you created your private army of hybrids, Nadia said. Her mind was getting clearer. She trusted Harmiston and the ghosts to be in the upper gallery by now and did not look that way. She also knew they would be looking down on this unexpected scene, but she trusted the ghosts to keep Harmiston working on getting the bomb operational. All she could do was keep Kassemyr talking, to keep him on the track of setting his hybrids straight. That's why he turned me, Darrow rasped. He rolled over on his back, staring up at the ceiling while the bouts of pain rolled through him. I was an experiment. And you worked out so well, Kassemyr said. At first, but you remained in the Earthside realm for too long. I didn't make the same mistake with all of you, he told the hybrids, who all puffed themselves up at this. You remained here, hidden on the surface, becoming stronger, faster, hungrier. They cheered him, pounding their chests. The humans in the Grand Hall tried making themselves as small as possible. I tried giving you a second chance, Darrow. Kassemyr looked down at his first creation with disgust in his eyes. When you killed Kamra, I thought you had come to your senses. Darrow made a choked sound, and it took Nadia a moment to realize it was laughter. Laughter pressed through a damaged throat. You just wanted to see which of us would survive. You didn't care which. Kassemyr tisked at him. Always so smug, my dear protégé. But you forget yourself in all your haughty attitude, looking down on your sisters and brothers here. You claim you don't need blood, but that's a lie. You were a true monster once. That's why the whole city fears you, Tricandis. You were perfect. Now you are nothing but a failure. Tainted with your werewolf heritage. That filthy mongrel blood. Nadia could see the confused looks on some of the hybrids at this. They had all started as werewolves. Agarthan werewolves were born, not created by blood consumption and bites. Still, not one of them spoke up. It would take so much more than that. But Nadia stared past Kassemyr's perfectly cut suit pants at Darrow. He was, speaking in hybrid terms, much older than the others. From what she and the ghosts understood, they'd been created in the last couple of years, when many young werewolves had either disappeared or lessened contact with their families in Calmont Hollow. No one had understood the consequences until now. I wish Kamra had killed you and your mother both that day. She was a perfect killing machine, slaying every single person I told her to, with no snarky questions. He kicked Darrow in the stomach for good measure. Kassemyr might not be a hybrid, but he was a strong vampire, and Darrow looked like he fought nausea. "It wasn't Tricandis who killed all those people?" Nadia asked, not taking her eyes off Darrow. "No, my dear," Kassemyr said. "It was the true terror of Agartha. Kamra, my beautiful Kamra. I miss her," he said and sighed. "Oh well." He shrugged like it didn't matter, which it likely didn't to him. Nadia doubted anyone mattered more to him than at the level of a pet. Not even that. Most people treated their pets with love and kindness. Kassemyr swooped down and grabbed her hair, pulling her up so fast she stumbled before she found her balance. This annoyed her. Wraiths didn't stumble. Or ghosts. She was in too much trouble to care about which. "I don't know how you managed to move from the Wraiths to the ghosts," Kassemyr said, making her wonder if he'd read her mind. "But I'm done with your meddling now. Whatever secret you kept from him that was so important goes with you to your death today." Nadia didn't struggle against his grip. Instead, she stood still, enduring the pain. She looked down then and met Darrow's eyes. He knew that secret now, and she knew, upon meeting his dark eyes, that this was not the look of either the werewolf or the vampire within him. He didn't want that secret out either. Kassemyr would use it against him. "Are you ready, my beautiful tormented souls?" Kassemyr shouted at his hybrids. Cheers rose in anticipation, echoing back and forth among the high walls. Nadia knew what was coming. All she could hope for was that this had created enough of a diversion for the ghosts, that they were succeeding. All of them. Kassemyr reached for her leg, but she wouldn't just take it. She grabbed the wrist of the hand that held onto her hair and feigned a strike against his throat. He backed up, dragging her with him, and she rammed her knee into his gut. She heard him huff, but he also grabbed that leg before she could lower it and shifted into his hideous vampiric form. His fanged mouth close to her face smiled a deadly smile. "I told you I'd feed you to them," he rasped, and then lifted her and threw her like she weighed nothing. She tumbled through the air and crashed into a group of nearby hybrids. Hands and claws grasped at her, but she fell between them. The smell of blood and sweat was everywhere. Someone far away shouted something, but she couldn't hear. The hybrids were hooting and laughing. One of them got hold of her and lifted her. That allowed her to regain her balance, and she kicked and hit in all directions, fighting like an animal, determined to hurt as many of them as possible before they drained her and killed her. More shouting followed. "Stop it! Hold it! Let me hear!" Kassemyr bellowed. The hybrids turned toward him in confusion, and Nadia dropped to the floor, squeezed between two of them, and ran to the wall, where she took a position with her back to it. She drew her sword, and then looked around in confusion when no one came after her. "What did you say?" Kassemyr shouted toward the door. A man, Nadia couldn't tell what creature he truly was, stood by the open doors, fighting heavy breaths. "Ghosts, Cass. Lots of them. In the north wing." "Well, how did they get in there?" "Same way I did," Nadia said, her voice strong despite everything. "By killing your guards." Chapter 13. Kassemyr's stare was pure fury from the moment he set his eyes on Nadia. Then he thought better of it, leaving her be for a moment. "All of you!" he shouted at the hybrids around him. "Mealtime is over. Go to the north wing and take care of those pests. The challenge will do you good." The hybrids cleared out of the throne room, all except 4 who remained to watch over the terrified and worn-out blood donors. Nadia risked a glance up toward the upper gallery when everyone was busy giving or following orders, but she couldn't see anything. That was the point, of course. Being spotted through the glass window up there would be a poor execution of their plan. And right now, she saw dozens of hybrids file out of the throne room to hunt down 20 ghosts, which was part of that plan. The rest depended on Harmiston, and the Wraiths doing their parts. She trusted Harmiston would do everything in his power. The Wraiths, though, she couldn't get them to trust her anymore, nor did they look upon the ghosts with fondness, especially after they had learned of the numerous tunnels under the cube. In a sense, she felt a kinship with the ghosts in that regard. Lies didn't beget trust, and she and the ghosts were struggling with the repercussions now. "You!" Kassemyr shouted at one of the remaining hybrids. "I need you to call back the rest of your brothers and sisters. Something is going on here." Nadia's attention was drawn by Darrow on the floor. Kassemyr had dropped the silver chain when the situation changed. Strange. Nadia stepped forward and met Darrow's pained gaze. He lay on his side, gasping for air. Such an odd thing, the undead needing air. But there it was. The chain was still coiled so tight around his throat he couldn't untangle it himself. She could see the pain in his eyes when he tried touching it. She could also see him imploring her to help him. Nadia hesitated. This was Tricandis, formidable and lethal. But he was also being treated cruelly by his maker. Nadia had no doubt Kassemyr was aware of her movements while talking to the hybrid, but he didn't stop her. She knelt by Darrow's side and lay her sword on the floor, before untangling the chain, causing Darrow more pain while doing so. His breaths came easier, albeit raspy, the moment she got it off. She coiled it up and fastened it on her belt, next to her gas mask. By the time she picked up her sword, his breathing was much better, the bruises and sores on his throat still visible but not hindering him. It wasn't a surprise. She'd seen him able to run after being hit with 8 silver-tipped arrows. Darrow gave her a funny look. "You seem as loyal a ghost as you were a wraith." Nadia smiled then and bent down toward him. "The thing about the wraiths is, they always come through. There are none more loyal." Darrow blinked and stared at her. Then his eyes swiveled toward Kassemyr, who came back to them. "How sweet. A reunion," he said. Nadia noticed the hybrids he'd ordered away had left the throne room. It was only a matter of minutes now. Her being in there was the only part of the plan that had gone wrong so far. Kassemyr knew something was up because of it. "Now, Sentinel Nadia, where were we?" "You were trying to kill me," she said. All she could do was keep him occupied, keep him guessing, never allow him to guess correctly. "I was." "But you don't have the guts to do it yourself," Kassemyr scoffed. "Why would I want your subpar half-breed blood? Yes, you never liked werewolves much, did you? You're no different from the rest of the vamps. Your precious hybrids are no more than tools to you. Your goal was always to rule the vamps, wasn't it? They're the only ones that matter." She saw the 3 remaining hybrids look at each other in confusion, but again, none of them said anything. Were they truly so under his spell that they couldn't see how he saw them? They were nothing but underlings to him, something lesser, something to use. She felt a hand close around her own and squeeze, gently. Nadia looked down at Darrow, a slight frown on her face. A calm had fallen over Darrow, the mania in his eyes gone. She'd only seen that a couple of times before. It was like there was clarity there, something not fractured. "What a sweet, sweet sentiment," Kassemyr mocked. "You do disappoint me, Darrow." He sighed and shook his head. "So I only see one way to punish you before you die." Darrow's hand tightened around Nadia's and he began getting up, pulling her with him. Kassemyr smiled. "Killing your last connection to your unremarkable past before you lose this precious life seems fitting to me." Nadia tried yanking her hand free, but Darrow didn't let go. Kassemyr was ordering him, as his maker, to kill her. Something didn't add up, but her mind reeled, focusing on the threat first and the facts later. She swung her sword toward Darrow. It was a bad angle, but even a half-hearted strike with the inlaid silver in the blade might unsettle him. It didn't. Darrow caught her wrist. stopping her attack. He let go of her other hand and grabbed the sword, forcing it out of her hand. She saw the feral smile on Kassemyr's face, the eagerness in his eyes, and then Darrow ran the sword through Kassemyr's side. Every sound in the throne room was muted then. No one dared to breathe. Kassemyr stepped back, his eyes wide in surprise. He stared at Darrow while he shifted into his vampiric form, his skin turning deathly white, his eyes ice blue. His elongated fingers draped around the hilt of the sword, and he drew the blade out. The smell of his blood mixed with the rest in the room. Kassemyr dropped the sword and took a shaky step back. Darrow had shoved the blade right through him, but he was undead, and an old vampire at that. "You can't control me anymore, Cass," Darrow said, and let go of Nadia. "Since when?" "6 months. Your blood no longer compels me. I'm strong enough on my own." Kassemyr forced a gasping laugh. "You tried to fool me?" "Seems I succeeded." Kassemyr laughed outright then. Nadia could see the pain on his face, but he didn't let up. Instead, he turned to the last 3 hybrids. "Kill him." They didn't hesitate, but then neither did Darrow. He shifted form then, into his vampiric one, the one Nadia now realized he seldom took unless necessary. His least favorite. Strong as he was, he levitated, meeting the others head-on. Nadia bent and grabbed her sword, the blade still covered in Kassemyr's blood. She backed up, trying to get an overview of the situation, but it all happened fast. Darrow was, like Kassemyr, an older creature than these hybrids. He was more in control, stronger, more experienced. 3 hybrids were a death sentence to a human, but one by one, he killed them, in whatever form they took, his long clawed fingers slicing into throats and abdomens. The donors screamed in fear and pulled back against the walls, some dragging the weakest with them. Nadia stared at the dried and wet blotches of blood on the tiled floor. It was everywhere. Darrow ripped the last throat open. The vampire he lifted into the air, slumped, and then landed like a sack of bricks as he dropped it. Darrow landed on the floor and turned toward Kassemyr. A bark of a laugh escaped the older creature. Then, despite the wound in his side, he levitated and flew toward Darrow. Nadia watched them clash together, teeth and fists flying, their attacks vicious. She drew back, not wishing to be hit by accident or on purpose. Darrow, in this horrid form, was still recognizable to her now. Why had she not seen before that he never seemed to be out for blood in his vampiric form? Even now, he avoided biting if he could. He'd never tried that with her either, and he'd had plenty of opportunities over the last few months. Noises from outside caught her attention. Shouts and doors slamming far away. Someone was in a hurry and they didn't care that they were heard. Nadia risked another look up toward the upper gallery. Was that a shadow? A movement? They had to be there. Wouldn't Kassemyr have paraded them in front of everyone else if they'd been caught? The 2 fighting vampires crashed into walls, and the gallery and tore and struck at each other. But finally, Darrow's attacks became too much for the old and already wounded vampire. Kassemyr crashed to the floor, landing on his back. Before he could get up, Darrow landed right on top of him and bent, pushing him down. "Nadia!" Darrow yelled and held out his free hand toward her. For the first time since he was turned against his will all those years ago, Nadia took a chance and trusted him. She ran over and drew her silver knife and handed it to him, hilt first. He took it and was about to pierce Kassemyr's heart when, right before the point of the blade struck him, Darrow stopped. Nadia raised her sword, but then saw the shock and anger in Darrow's eyes. The strain. He pushed hard to press that knife into Kassemyr's chest, but it wouldn't budge. Kassemyr's face mirrored Darrow's, icy blues battling each other in a silent fight. "I can control you," Kassemyr persisted. "No," Darrow gasped. Nadia didn't know what it was. Maybe a residual connection from Kassemyr's blood? It didn't matter. She could hear different sounds from outside now. Feet hitting the ground in a tidy and rhythmic jog. There was order and determination in those steps. "I'll grant you one thing, Kassemyr," she said, and stepped closer. "Your hybrids are, well, they are so fast. I bet they're all here by now." She was sure she'd heard them return first, ready to hunt some ghosts. There were a couple hundred of them altogether, so strong they controlled the whole city through violence and fear. "I heard them come. But do you hear that?" Kassemyr and Darrow both lost control then. Kassemyr over Darrow's mind, and Darrow over the knife as they both turned to look toward the windows. There was nothing but darkness to see, but they heard it too. Kassemyr twisted the knife away from his heart just when Darrow thrust it down. The silver pierced between Kassemyr's ribs, and the vampiric screech that followed hurt Nadia's ears. That didn't stop her from smiling at Darrow when he looked her way, shifting back into his human form. "I told you," she said to him. "There are none as loyal and dutiful as the Wraiths, despite everything." A crash sounded from above. The glass window of the upper gallery shattered and shards rained down into the throne room. Darrow and Kassemyr stared in utter surprise. The donors screamed, and Nadia, for once, yelled, "The masks now!" Large sacks filled with gas masks were thrown out of the now open window. She could see the figures of the ghosts up there. If they were doing this, then Harmiston was ready, and so was everyone else. Nadia hurried to pull her mask on, and then her hood over her head to protect her skin as best she could. "All of you!" she kept on yelling to get the donors' attention. "Grab a mask! Put them on or you'll die!" Being so blunt had them react at once, and they scrambled to get the masks from the sacks. Nadia ran over and grabbed one herself, which she handed to Darrow upon her return. He looked at her in honest confusion. "Put it on," she said, and took her silver chain in her hands. This time, she coiled it around Kassemyr's throat and tightened. Despite his 2 wounds, the beast twisted and fought her. Darrow put the mask on and then ran to the window. "Wraiths! They're attacking!" Nadia couldn't answer. She had all her focus on controlling Kassemyr. He was still a threat to every donor in that throne room. He clawed at her legs in desperation, the claws of a vampire sharp enough despite being shorter and more like hardened nails than the claws of werewolves. It still hurt. Sounds of fighting came from outside the throne room. Everything happened so fast now. It was only a matter of seconds before more hybrids or the Wraiths came in first. Nadia didn't know if she could hold on. Then Darrow bent down in front of Kassemyr, a mask in his hands, forcing it over the vamp's head. "Darrow, what are you doing?" "Trust me," he implored her. She could hear it clear as day in his muffled voice behind his mask. And for the second time in nearly 10 years, despite the madness around her, she did. Chapter 14. Vampiric screeches tormented everyone's ears. Werewolves snarled and growled. The occasional human shout was muffled behind masks. The sounds came closer by the minute. Nadia could hear the noises of the fight out there. With the ghosts spread out elsewhere, and the hybrids themselves calling back those who'd been outside the palace, most of them should be inside now. Inside Harmiston's trap. "Darrow, listen to me!" Kassemyr wheezed from behind his mask, the silver chain almost cutting off his air supply, weakening him but not killing him. "The masks. They're going to use Lyra's bomb." "Of course they are," Darrow said, hunched down, face turned upward, looking at the broken window. No one was visible up there now, but Nadia knew they'd set up everything right to the side of it, behind the wall. "They will kill all my creations," Kassemyr pleaded with him. "Stop them." Darrow shook his head and laughed. "I don't care, Cass. Certainly not about the army you created behind my back." Nadia remembered the look of genuine shock on Darrow's face when the hybrids had shown up the day of Kassemyr's initial attack. Her assumptions had been right. He hadn't known. You will do as I say! Kassemyr snarled and Darrow twisted sideways, slamming one hand on the floor for balance while shaking his head profusely. Stop it, Cass! He yelled, though no one heard him through the screams of terror from the donors and the loud noise out in the hallway. You can't control me anymore! Kassemyr tried gripping the silver chain behind him, but it burned his skin. We'll see about. The doors to the throne room were kicked open. Several unmasked hybrids in all forms came bustling inside, followed by dark-clad humans in gas masks. Nadia drew a sigh of relief despite her strained situation trying to control the old vampire. The Wraiths were here, despite their misgivings toward the ghosts and herself, ever loyal to the city and the Queen. Their blades swung fast and unforgiving. From what she could see, they outnumbered these hybrids 3-1. It was likely the same in the rest of the palace. Kassemyr twisted desperately, and Nadia hung on for dear life. The vamp tried shouting a warning to his hybrids, telling them to take the masks from the donors, but he wasn't heard over the clamor echoing between the walls. He was in too much pain to compel any of them. Now, please, Harm, Nadia whispered. Darrow got his bearings back and pulled his sleeves down to cover his hands before he grabbed the chain and helped pull it tight. The added pain forced Kassemyr back. He reached out a hand in desperation. To whom, Nadia had no idea. And that was when a sharp blue light emanated from the upper gallery. She saw parts of the dome up there, the bright white sigils in place. Then it contracted out of view, before a crack sounded, like a muffled explosion. Next thing, a pressure wave flew out, followed by a wind that tore at everyone's hair and clothes. Then it all calmed down. The fighting stopped. The hybrids stepped back, looking around them. Something was wrong. She could tell from the worry in their eyes. Now watch your creations lose, Cass, Darrow said. There was no happiness or glee in his voice. It was a mere fact. He knew what that bomb could do, had likely helped plan the last attack himself. What he didn't know was what poisons it held. The hybrids would not only lose. Kassemyr shouted in despair when they all began choking. The silver in the air would damage a vampire, but it was lethal for werewolves. The hybrids fell and died there, surrounded by their victims and enemies both. I'll kill you, Darrow, Kassemyr hissed. Nadia didn't need to see his face to feel that hate. It spurred the vampire on, and despite the great pain in his neck and side, he twisted around, almost breaking said neck in the process. Darrow hadn't expected it, and the clawed, cold hand of his maker landed on his throat, clawing into his skin before he could react. They both forgot about Nadia, and Nilufar's gift to her. She pulled the knife out from between Kassemyr's ribs and pushed it into his chest, piercing his heart. Nadia saw his eyes widen through the eye holes in the mask. Then he sank to the floor, his hand releasing Darrow's throat. His body began smoldering, turning to blazing embers of fire, right there on the tiles. Nadia yanked her knife free and she and Darrow backed up, Darrow clutching at his damaged throat and neck. You need to leave, Nadia told him. Unlike him, she was looking around. There was a moment of chaos while the donors and wraiths were trying to get a read on the situation. No one noticed the death of Kassemyr, because there were other burning vampires in the throne room. There had been more than hybrids guarding the palace. What? Darrow croaked. You need to leave, Darrow, she said, and got him to his feet by forcibly helping him. What you did won't matter to them. She indicated the door behind the dais, where the throne had once stood. Leave now. Take the tunnels. None of us are down there yet. Do not take off that mask until you're outside. He nodded and then did what she said, heading for the door and leaving them behind. Nadia turned back to the chaos which slowly developed into confused calm. The hybrids were dead. Kassemyr, too. Yet Nadia didn't join in the joy when she looked up toward the gallery and saw a few ghosts there, looking down, Harmiston among them. The look on his face as he stared down at the dead beasts, was one of pained acknowledgement of what he'd just been a part of. It was a pain she wished she could take away, yet knew from a long life as a Wraith that she couldn't. It wasn't until the next day that they deemed it safe to take off the gas masks inside the palace. The city mages helped clear the air by using their magic, which among some of them was honed to clear air of toxins. Nadia walked through the mostly quiet hallways and corridors, her blue clothes marking her as a ghost and giving her access just about anywhere in the building. The courtiers had begun to come back, but none could live inside yet. There was a lot of clearing out to do after Kassemyr's hybrids had trashed much of the place. Now, his legacy existed as dead hybrids being carried out of the throne room. That place was a mess with all the blood and ashes from dead vamps mixed in, which was why Nadia was headed to the Queen's chambers in the North Wing instead. She had been summoned and didn't know if this was bad or not. She'd been put to work the moment everyone had been able to gather themselves, which for the Wraiths and Ghosts had been quick. They'd helped the traumatized donors out of that hall of horror and otherwise kept watch and brought messages back and forth all day. Half the Wraiths had been dispatched to the Shade to handle the few hybrids who'd been keeping guard in there. Corinne had told her a few Wraiths had fallen in the process. That had been the case inside the palace, too, for both the Wraiths and the Ghosts. "They told me to come," Nadia told the ghost outside the door when she reached the Queen's chambers. She was led inside and found her way by following the murmur of controlled voices into a large office. The elegant and no doubt expensive rooms had been left alone. Nadia suspected Kassemyr had taken this place as his own. "Sentinel," Queen Isona said. The Queen had been led into the palace shortly after the demise of the hybrids, after the first sweep to ensure it was safe. She sat on a cream-colored sofa instead of behind the large stone desk in there. Nadia gave the odd piece of furniture a curious glance, but thought it fitting considering they all lived in a vast cave. "Ma'am," she greeted Isona. There were other people in the room. The Queen's counselors, a few ghosts including Marika and Carrie, as well as a few Wraiths. Nadia gave a quick nod of acknowledgement to both Terrace and Atherton. Most of all, she wanted to talk to Harmiston, who stood in the room, a few steps to the side of Sushin and a few of her fellow mages. Something about that situation made Nadia's heart sink. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't good. She'd promised Harmiston she'd do anything to help him avoid the spellbound halls, and she had meant that. But what if they took him there before she could intervene? She'd hoped they'd have more time. "I'm glad to see you're doing well, Sentinel," Isona said with a friendly smile. "Thank you." Nadia frowned. "But if I may, what is going on?" "I forgot you've been on guard duty. We have taken back the city, and the Wraiths have done an admirable job in the last hours of rooting out most of Kassemyr Temidius's followers. Our dungeons are quite full. I hear there are celebrations in the city and that my presence is requested, but we have a few things to take care of first." "Yes, that's what I meant, ma'am. What's going on here?" Nadia pointedly looked at Harmiston, who didn't meet her eyes. That was even more disconcerting. "Are you taking him to the spellbound halls?" she asked, and didn't care about being blunt in front of the Queen. Harmiston was too important to her. "You disapprove?" "Yes, wholeheartedly." "Why?" "He's done nothing to deserve being shut in there, as I'm sure none of the other mages have either, other than being born. They're not to blame for what our ancestors did." "Nadia," Harmiston said, and she turned toward him. This time he did meet her gaze. "I think I should go." "No, that's not what you—" "Is his opinion not something that matters?" Isona asked, seemingly innocently. "What? No. Of course it is. But I know you harm, and you're not thinking straight right now. You feel guilt for all those who died when you set off that bomb, despite their cruel actions. But we all share responsibility for making that happen, and it was the only way to stop them. You know how strong they were. You fought them with me." Harmiston looked tormented, the frown on his face so wrong. This was not the Harmiston she knew. "Yes," Isona said. "I heard about that." Nadia didn't care. "Harmiston, listen to me." "Nadia," he interrupted. "It's not only that. I saw the surface. What our ancestors did. I understand now. It's not about being shut inside the spellbound halls and paying for their sins. It's about helping everyone else survive." Nadia closed her mouth and kept her next argument inside. How could she dispute that? But she wanted to. She desperately wanted to. She hadn't come through this with much, but she'd had Harmiston, and after a life alone, yet among others in this city, that had been worth everything to her. "I also heard," Isona went on like she hadn't been interrupted, "that you killed the vampire Kassemyr." Nadia turned her attention back to the woman and looked into eyes that creased at the corners. The queen was amused. "And then let Trickles, the terror of Agartha, free in the ensuing chaos." A coil of worry twisted in her gut. Nadia pressed her lips together and waited. "Shadow?" Isona said and nodded toward Atherton. "Atherton again?" Nadia kept her expression neutral, just like she had when he'd tried explaining himself after he'd effectively gotten her dismissed from the Wraiths. Suddenly, she realized how many ghosts and wraiths there truly were in the room. Would she be joining the remaining followers of Kassemyr in the dungeons within the hour? "Nadia," he said, his voice friendly despite the issue. She'd done something wrong again, but none of them knew what she now knew about Darrow. "Nadia, please listen to me," Atherton said. "I was among the wraiths in the throne room." She hadn't known that, but then everyone had been masked then and for hours afterward. "I saw you and Trickles, and I'd recognize that creature anywhere, even in a mask," he stated. He had spent a long time hunting him. "I saw you fight and kill Kassemyr together. I don't know how you got him to change sides, but I have sworn to everyone here that this is what happened. Trust a wraith to get the details, even in a skirmish with deadly hybrids." Nadia merely nodded. Like last time, she couldn't hold a grudge against Atherton. She respected him and his duty too much for that. "You told me to spare that hybrid's life once," Isona chimed in. "Remember that? When the hybrids attacked the palace, I knew he wasn't aware of their existence. I hoped we could use that." "Seems you did today." "I couldn't have killed Kassemyr without him. There is a lot we didn't know, like who the true terror of Agartha was." Isona shared glances with her counselors. "I assume it wasn't him, then?" She shook her head. "We don't have time for this now. You'll debrief with Phantom Marika later. For now, let's get on with business." "Yes, ma'am." "It's time to create a third branch of my guards," the queen said, and took a sip from a glass of water placed in front of her. "It will be a small branch, though. A twig, really, but a strong one nonetheless." "Pardon, ma'am?" Nadia lowered her brows, not caring who saw her confusion. "You can't go back to being a wraith." "No." She didn't even look at Terrace for confirmation. "And you're not happy as a ghost, are you?" Nadia exhaled. "No. I thought not. Guard duty is not for you, Sentinel." Isona bent forward and placed her glass back on the table. "But there are still a few hybrids on the loose. They escaped to the surface, I'm told, and there are many more followers who will now try to hide and blend in. I need someone to handle this, and I think the Queen's Haunt will do nicely for this job." "Ma'am?" "And," Isona carried on despite Nadia's confusion, "any Queen's Guard, no matter how small, needs a chronicler." Nadia looked at Harmiston, who stared wide-eyed at the Queen. "Ma'am?" was all he managed to utter too. "So you see, chronicler, you can help because I believe this particular Queen's Guard needs a little magic in its arsenal." Harmiston met Nadia's gaze then, and a smile emerged, making him look like himself again. "Yes, ma'am." "And your first order, as my haunt, is to banish Trickles from the city. Chapter 15. It was the middle of the day with the sun up, and Nadia wondered at the audacity as she walked out of the building of Harmiston's apartment and crossed the street. 2 small rocks had hit his living room window, one hard enough to crack it slightly. Nadia could only assume that since she'd seen the familiar figure up on the roof of the high-rise, 3 buildings down from the cube, that this was a blind spot with no guards. She took the stairs up and soon walked out onto that roof, spotting Darrow at once. "I hope no wraiths were harmed for you to be up here alone and undisturbed," she said as a way of greeting him, looking around pointedly. "They stopped the extended watch yesterday." Darrow didn't offer a smile, but his face wasn't twisted in anger either. Instead, he looked almost serene. He wore grays and blacks, a coat that reached him mid-thigh, a dagger showing underneath. The wind up there pulled at his dark hair, and his neck had healed since inflicted with silver 5 days ago. Darrow nodded in the direction of Harmiston's apartment. "Is that the new boyfriend?" Nadia didn't bother turning around. "Yes." "You looked surprised at his magical abilities. You know, the day we took the city?" "I was. Then I got over it. It was a good lesson in learning to accept people as they are." Darrow scoffed and smiled a little. "I told you about your loyalties. You might be too loyal to the idea of people sometimes." She didn't deny that. It rang too true. "I hear you've been looking for me," he went on. "Yes. Thanks for making it easy on me." "I figured, since you put out feelers, you weren't out to kill me this time. Not that you were any good at it before." "Neither were you." They both smiled then, resigned and humorous at the same time. Then Darrow eyed her more closely. "You look different." She did, to an extent. Nadia still wore the long coat preferred by the wraiths and ghosts alike, but hers was now a charcoal gray, and she wore pieces of blue mixed in with her dark attire. She was, after all, now a little bit of both guards in her own right. "I left the ghosts." "You've been burning through the Queen's guards fast lately." "Started a new one, too." "So I heard. The rumors are roaming among those who are being haunted now." Nadia smiled and then forced it back. "You had me kicked out of the wraiths. Why?" "You said it yourself, Nad. I've been doing a terrible job at killing you. I didn't want to see you stranded on the surface." "I couldn't kill you either. Why?" She felt the old and familiar sorrow eat at her at this and let it show. "Because every time I tried, I saw her eyes." Nell took after both her birth parents. Nadia couldn't unsee that. Darrow was quiet for a moment as he stared out over the city, looking to the darkened shade far away. "I told you," he finally said. "I knew you were hiding something." "Something more important than us." Darrow nodded and drew his gaze away from that horrid place. Nadia's braid had fallen over her shoulder in the wind, and she pulled it away to hang down her back. "You seemed fixated on that." Kassemyr obviously hated it. "It was one of the few things that kept me grounded, strange as that may sound. I was crazy back then. Mad, confused, in pain. Absolutely insane. But that, you disregarding someone you cared about, I couldn't fathom it. It wasn't like you, despite what Kassemyr had turned me into." "Darrow," she said, feeling the moment close around her. She'd wanted an answer to this for nearly a decade. "What happened to you? Why did he choose you?" "No reason. Nothing other than me being in the wrong place at the wrong time." He felt a deep, seethed grudge toward Nightworth. They never chose him as a leader, despite fearing him. But vamps are simple creatures, and though he was far more intelligent than any of them, they feared brute strength even more. As far as I understand, one night, he was more outraged than usual. Nerys had slighted him in some way. He'd been thinking about hybrids for some time, and I happened to walk past Jade Mansion that night. I didn't know a vamp lived there. I don't remember much of what happened. Werewolves and vampires should not inhabit the same body. What followed? Well, you know what followed, Nad. She nodded. Which is why you can never live in peace here in Agartha. You did kill people. Darrow made no attempt to deny that. Yes, I hardly remember it. It was a fog in my head, but I've been told of what happened. Back then, I couldn't control the vampiric side. That hunger for blood was all-consuming. You have no idea. And now? I gained control of that beast years ago. She had noticed he never shifted into his vampiric form unless necessary, seeming to prefer his lupine form, his birthright. Before he died, Nadia went on, Kassemyr said it was a mistake for you to remain too long in the Earthside realm. What did he mean by that? She hadn't understood his words then, but the question had stuck with her. That's how I healed. I was so far gone. Even Kassemyr knew I needed help he couldn't provide in Agartha. There's no magic in that realm. It suppressed both sides in me, allowing my human side to breathe. Slowly, I pieced my mind back together, only venturing into other realms to test my control. It took time. That's why I only came back recently. I didn't know about the other hybrids, only Kamra, and despite her willingness to kill randomly for Kassemyr, she was fairly in control too. Nadia saw him bristle at the thought of the other hybrid who'd murdered his mother. I know. I saw your face when they showed up after the attack. But if you hated Kassemyr so much, then why did you stay? He outright laughed at that. And where was I supposed to go? No realm welcomes hybrids. Everyone treated me like a monster. Saw me as nothing but a beast that needed to be slaughtered. Insane and broken. Even you did that. I did, she admitted. I have called you tainted, fractured, mad, a monster, an abomination, broken. Now, I only think that last one is true, and I mean no harm by that. Only the truth. You were a broken being, harmed by a mad creature and then made to pay for it. I am sorry, Darrow, for all that I have said to hurt you. If you had been met with a little kindness, you might have truly had a choice, somewhere to go. But we were all set in our ways of seeing vamps and wares. It wasn't right, and I am truly sorry. Darrow stared at her, and she could do nothing but let him, hoping he'd see the sincerity of her words. The wind tore at her clothes, making her cold, but it didn't matter. Thanks, he said, and released her from his scrutiny. And at any rate, you were right. About what? Keeping the child from me. If I had known, I would have taken her with me and raised her in Kassemyr's world. Nadia swallowed hard, still fearful of that thought. Darrow scoffed and looked at the sky a moment, shaking his head. I would likely have had Cass promise me to turn her. That's how beholden I became to his teachings. He was the only one who didn't shun me. So yes, you did the right thing. Nadia nodded. That was why he'd let Nell be, the day he found out about her. He'd already begun doubting Kassemyr by then. Nadia sighed. At least her loneliness and lies had been worth it all along. The Queen has ordered me to remove you from Agartha, she told him. Remove me? She's banished you, she clarified. Only banished, huh? You did help kill Kassemyr. It was seen. They now also know that you weren't the true terror of Agartha, at least not this time around. His brows flew up. You told them that? I did, and some of the donors confirmed it. They were rather shocked at the turn of events, but not sad to see Kassemyr go. I bet. I didn't partake in that, you know. The feeding off of people. I know. But I didn't begin to resent Cass until recently either. Not truly. It was about when I came back to this realm. That's when I started questioning him. Better late than never, or so they say. Darrow scoffed with a smile. Only banished, then? It could be worse. Yes. They looked at each other in silence. The years had passed by since their innocent youth, where everything had once seemed so simple. Where will you go? She finally asked him. Don't know. Somewhere where I can spend some time in peace to wrap my mind around things. Again. Nadia drew a shaky breath, but she didn't need to steel herself for this. You can see her, if you want to. What? For all their strange encounters since he'd come back, she'd never seen him truly shocked. Not even when the hybrids turned up. Not like this. He'd expected this even less. I'll let you see her, if that's what you wish. He nodded, and then it turned into a headshake. It might be best not to. You said it yourself. She doesn't deserve our lives. You were only half right about that. She knew this wasn't the time to push. Darrow had been through a lot in his life, most of it against his will. Just know that you can always change your mind. She walked closer to him and reached out her hand. Here. What's this? Take it, she said, and proffered a photo, holding it out with the image up. It was one of the photos he'd dropped on the ground the day he'd seen Nell for the first time. It showed Nell and Nilafar together, each with a large ice cream in their hands, laughing at something known only to them. In case you change your mind, Nadia explained. Your mom loved our little girl so much, Darrow. That's why she kept all those photos, to remember her by when she was away from her. Darrow eyed the photo, almost reminding Nadia of a scared animal. Then, slowly, he reached out, took it, and pocketed it. Thank you. She dropped her hand. You know where to find me. He nodded and then simply turned and headed for the edge of the roof, where he jumped over and vanished from sight. A tear slipped past Nadia's control then. She wiped it away with her sleeve and turned to go back to her new home. Epilogue. Smoke filled the new lab in the south wing of the palace when Nadia entered. Harm? She shouted in alarm, shutting the door behind her, not wanting any fire to spread. She breathed in smoke and began coughing. Harm? She waved inside the large space and bumped into something. A table. Her enhanced sight wasn't enhanced at all in the smoke. Here. Wait, stand still. I'll come to you. A moment later, the air became breathable, and Harmiston formed through the thick smoke. Nadia drew deep breaths, thankful for the clean air. What's going on? I'm practicing. Practicing what? Harmiston cracked a wide smile. You're going to love this, Nad. Look. He looked up, and so did she. The city mages helped me figure it out. Nadia noticed the smoke had been pushed away from them, and that they were inside a dome, see-through this time, until black and gray sigils came into view and floated around them on the dome surface. And this is? This will enable us to breathe on the surface. Think about it. I can use it like the concealment shield. We won't need the gas masks. You're right, Nadia said and stepped closer. About what? Said the chronicler, who was still staring up, puzzling out the sigils in his busy mind. I do love that idea. And more. What? Oh, he said when she moved right up to him and kissed him. An excellent idea, chronicler, she murmured onto his lips as he put his arms around her, kissing her back. I also know of some small silver light devices which can help against the remaining hybrids. You do? Mm-hmm. Thought you'd like that surprise. We need to do some digging, though. She deepened the kiss. Yes. Wait, he managed after a few beats. I thought we were supposed to be professional when at work, he teased, and she could feel his smile against her lips. No one can see, she said between kisses. Stop being so serious. Oh, I'm the serious one? An explosion of pink bubbles broke through the monochrome of the gray smoke, and Harmiston jumped back while Nadia had her dagger drawn and was facing the interruption. "Oh no," she blurted when she realized. "Don't tell me the Agad Agama lizards are here in the palace too?" Yes. I forgot to tell you. One of them must have gotten into the boxes I had brought from the Cube library the other day. And? I might have stepped on it, purely by accident. Of course, Nadia said and sheathed her dagger. Because otherwise, you made a copy on purpose. Actually, it divided into 4. Harm. The door was opened and a scream came. Fire! Harmiston whirled around and removed the dome and smoke alike. No, no! He shouted to be heard. No fire! Only me! The smoke cleared fast, and Nadia was surprised to see the windows were open. The smoke had remained in the room despite that. He truly was getting stronger at controlling his magic. The clear air revealed Victoria by the door, looking surprised and then simply going with it. All right then, she said, and then looked to Nadia with a smile. A page came from the gate and found me first. They're here! Nadia couldn't help her smile then, but these two were not people she hid anything from. Let's go. The 3 of them hurried outside and through the garden of the forecourt of the palace. Far to their right, the cube arose in its dark, uninviting presence. It's been so long, Nadia said. It's only been 6 months, Harmiston pointed out. I know, they had to wait for the holiday break. I heard about that, Victoria said. Winter solstice or something? Something like that. Nadia wasn't sure about all Earthside customs. She only knew what she needed to survive there. She eyed the gate and sped up, hearing Victoria groan as her high heels clicked like mad on the ground while she tried to keep up. Half a minute later, Nadia saw them. Nell jumped up and down and waved at the sight of her. Nadia hurried through the gate, barely having time to give Aide, who was on duty, a quick nod. Then her daughter barreled into her and hugged her waist. Mama, I'm so happy to see you. I'm happy to see you too, sweetie, she said, and bent down to hug Nell properly. Have you seen that castle? The girl babbled into her ear. It's huge. Is that where you live? Are there any princesses in there? Nadia only smiled and knew Nell and Harmiston would hit it off in their loquacious ways. Besides, there would be time for so much of her girl's questions now that Nell could finally come and visit her. Nell squealed and twisted under Nadia's arm. Victoria! She shouted and ran over to her. Ah, Axel said as he and Nikolai came over. Now you know how it feels when she sees someone more interesting. He laughed and pulled Nadia into a hug. It's so good to see you, Nad. We were worried there for a while. Him too? Nadia asked jokingly when Axel released her. Nikolai most of all. Couldn't sleep. Gnawed on his nails. It got bad there for a while. Nikolai snorted and then nodded toward Nell, who was busy chatting to Victoria and Harmiston both. Her eyes turned yellow in the shade. Nadia nodded. That is to be expected, but she won't be able to shift in a few years yet. This is all so strange, Axel muttered. As an Earthsider, he'd grown up never knowing about any other realm than his own. He left them to join his daughter and the other 2. So, Nikolai began while they watched them. Public displays of affection outside your place of work, Nad. Becoming the Queen's haunt has made you soft. Or free, she offered. Nikolai shrugged and put an arm around her shoulders before they too went through the gate to join the others. Well, he figured, stranger things have happened. She nodded. But none better. This has been Realm of Blood and Ashes. Book 6 in the Queen's Wraith series. Written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2022 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.